Are we ready?
Sorry. Yep.
Okay. Good morning. It is Tuesday, August 10th. At the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy, I'd like to call the meeting to order with a roll call. Present here at the board office, I am Becky Mitchell, the board president. We have Dr. Liz Krause, Dr. Brian Jolly, and several members of the board staff. Joining us online, we have Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Debbie Mack, Ms. Carol Rader, and Ms. Amy Ford. Did I miss anybody?
Dr. Lenore Newsom.
Oh, and Ms. I skipped right over you. I'm gonna go to my coffee now.
Just a couple of quick things, Mr. Harris, before you start. Mr. Mosby, is that you sitting at guest 2? Can you hear me?
Just barely, but I think we need to turn it up a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, it's up as high as it'll go on our end.
Let me see if there's a setting on mine.
I think we got it.
That's good.
Okay.
We can hear Luke great on our end.
Okay. Mr. Mosby, I know you're there. We have a couple of quick things to get through, and then we will call you and your client up. And just a heads up, there is the microphone that broadcasts via YouTube and via Zoom is very, very sensitive. So if there's a point that you need to speak with your client privately at any time during this, feel free to let us know, and y'all can step out or you can use our conference room. I just don't want any a private conversation that y'all might have at the table to be picked up. So if that need just comes, just let us know. We'll be glad to accommodate that. Like I said, that microphone is very sensitive, so I just don't want any private conversation to be broadcast if you so need to at that point. Thank you, Mr. Harris. So we've got, I know we've got Savannah Beach is present, and also Leticia Hart. If we can start with those, they shouldn't take that long, and then we'll get to Mr. Mosby and his client, Amy Johnson, if that'll work for you.
Who do you want first, Luke?
Savannah Beach, please. I believe that's already her sitting in the chair. So if we can just start with her.
Ready to proceed, Mr. Daniel?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go on the record. This is before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. It's August 10th, 2021. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. We're in the State Board of Pharmacy offices in Little Rock. This is case number 2021-70 in the matter of Savannah Leanne Beach, pharmacy technician number 12487. The pharmacy board has set a hearing for today concerning the matters specified in the order and notice of hearing. Ms. Beach, I'm Christian Harris. I'm an assistant attorney general who works for Attorney General Leslie Rutledge, and I'm the designated hearing officer this morning. You know, kind of like the judge in the proceeding, although the board is the finder of fact and the decision maker. I'm here to make the proceedings go smoothly. And in a minute, I'll put you under oath. I understand, Ms. Beach, you're present. Is that right? Would you state the name for the record real quick? Great. Did you receive a copy of the order and the notice of hearing to be here today? All right. Councilman State, would you put your name on the record, please?
Luke Daniel, General Counsel, Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
Okay. And Ms. Beach, I understand you can see all the board members there on your screen. Is that right? All right. At the outset of the hearing, I'm going to explain some things for Ms. Beach's benefit and anybody else online that may be present who may have not appeared in an administrative proceeding before. So 4 things. 1, the board is going to base its decision, whatever they do, only on the evidence that's presented here today. That includes sworn testimony from any witnesses and also documentary evidence that might be admitted. Number two, this hearing is pursuant to the Administrative Procedures Act, and that means the strict rules of evidence that you might encounter in a courtroom don't apply. So as a hearing officer, I have some latitude about admitting evidence and taking testimony might not be allowed in a more formal hearing. For example, we admit hearsay in these proceedings on a routine basis, and I can allow photocopies of evidence to be admitted. And to encourage the efficiency of the hearing, I may grant some objections or caution the parties as the proceeding goes along. And one other thing you need to know in the speech, everybody else, this is Bonnie, our court reporter at the end. Everything we say is going to be prepared up in a typed transcript after these proceedings, and that's the official record of what happens. So anybody that speaks on the record, try to speak slowly and carefully and clearly enough for Bonnie to understand what's good, and take that down, and try not to talk over one another. Number three is these board members don't know anything about this proceeding except what's in the amended order and notice of hearing. They don't know anything about it. They're going into the case. They don't know anything else about it. So if you have anything in your possession that you want to submit as evidence in the proceeding, we'll have to do that and offer it into evidence here today, or else it won't be considered. And if at any time in the course of the proceeding you have any objections or questions about how the procedure is going, bring it to my attention and we'll figure it out, all right? Number four, these proceedings are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act, and as such, all parts of the hearing, including the deliberations of the board, are open to the public. Okay, everyone who's going to be a witness in this matter, would you please stand and raise your right hands and I'll swear the witnesses. Go ahead, if you'll stand up and speak if you're going to testify. Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Very good. Any preliminaries that need to be discussed at this time or exhibits, Mr. Daniel, on the speech?
I have, at this time, I would just ask you to take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law and Pharmacy Board rules and regulations, and would move to enter exhibits 1 through 7 into evidence at this time.
All right, so noticed and so admitted. Ms. Beach, do you have any documents or anything like that that you'd like to enter into evidence? Okay, great. Everyone ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does either side wish to make an opening statement?
I do not.
Ms. Beach, you want to make an opening statement, or should we, let's get right into it? Okay, Mr. Daniel, call your first, please.
Board calls Deputy Director Brenda McCready. Mr. McCready, I'm looking at the order and a notice of hearing, and she is present today, but just for the record, it does have today's date and time for her to appear. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This was on July 8th of this year. The board conducted an emergency hearing and suspended her pharmacy technician permit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The board was notified. I'm flipping over to Exhibit 5. The board was notified on July 8th by her employer at that time, which was Baker Drug Store. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
They were, and this is, like I said, this is email from them. It's Exhibit 5. They were short some hydrocodone, and so they sent their 4 technicians to be drug tested. Is that correct?
They did.
And Ms. Beach, she admitted to her employer that she would come back positive for marijuana and hydrocodone, and also stated that she had taken some of her husband's pain meds over the weekend. Is that correct?
Yes, she did.
And I'm looking over, I flipped over to Exhibit 6, which is a copy of the drug screen that came back. And the drug screen did come back positive for marijuana, correct?
Yes, it did.
And it's not positive for opioids or oxycodone, but she did admit to her employer that she had taken some hydrocodone.
Yes.
And this was all reviewed and signed off on by a medical review officer that works for the laboratory.
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 7, which is the DEA 106 form. This is just the loss form that pharmacists have to turn into the board and the DEA when they have a loss of controlled substances. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this states that they were, in fact, they did do a count and were, in fact, short It appears hydrocodone 10-325s, they were short 405. And on the hydrocodone 7.5s, 325s, they were short 113.
That's correct.
And so her license was suspended based on the fact that she admitted to using marijuana and hydrocodone and the fact that she tested positive for marijuana.
Yes, it was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, Ms. Beach, this is kind of like court. If you have any questions that you'd like to ask Dr. McCready, that's okay, or else we can move on to the next witness. If you have any questions just for this witness, feel free to ask them. Okay, very good. So let me say out loud that you're not going to call the witnesses, so I'll write it down. That's it. Okay, great. Luke, Mr. Daniel, will you call your next witness, please?
The board has nothing further, and I would rest at this time.
Okay. Now, Ms. Beach, now's the time that it goes over to your side of the case. Anything you want to tell the board, or if you have any witnesses present, or if you're the witness, just feel free to tell the board anything you think is relevant about your situation and case, please.
I did admit to taking my husband's medication. My back had been messed up, and yes, I admitted this in there. I had a board meeting before, and they told me to make sure to be upfront and honest about everything upfront, and that way it would go smoothly, I guess, and so I was.
Mr. Harris, would you ask her to speak up a little bit? Would you ask her to speak up a little bit? I'm having trouble hearing her on my end.
And I have to admit my first mistake in the morning. Did the board have any questions for Dr. McCready? All right. Does the board have any questions? Thank you for that. Or is that all that you have for the board? Okay, any board questions? I'm sorry, Mr. Cross first, Mr. Daniel. I'm going to start drinking my coffee as well.
No, that's fine. And I had a little problem understanding her. Did you say that you do admit to using the marijuana and the hydrocodone? Okay, thank you. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Great. Any questions from the board for Ms. Beach?
Is this something routinely that you do on a regular basis? The marijuana?
It's every now and then. It's not an everyday thing.
You have a card or anything? Then do you know that it's illegal to take somebody else's prescription drugs? Do you do that routinely?
No, I only done it because my back was, I didn't know what was wrong, but anyways, I went to the chiropractor, found out that I had degenerative disc, and so there was a pinched nerve, and so my back, like, it was killing me, so I did take no more than I know.
Any other questions from any board member?
Maybe I missed it.
Do you have an explanation for the missing hydrocodones from the pharmacy you were working at?
I did not, I didn't even know what was missing until I got the letter. I just came to work and they told me to go get it. I did, and then I was so relieved and I got the letter, you know, so I found out what was missing.
I don't know.
Okay, Dr. Richmond, looked like you had a question, and then Dr. Matt.
Yeah, maybe she's answered this. I don't know, but I guess the two questions I would have is: do you have a prescription for hydrocodone? And I just want to ask you directly: did you steal the hydrocodone?
No, I did not, and no, I do not have a prescription.
But you don't have a prescription for hydrocodone for yourself.
Dr. Matt. Go ahead, Dr. Matt.
Dr. Mack, you're muted.
You.
I can't understand her answer very good, so I wanted to know what her answer was.
Do you mean to Dr. Richmond's questions?
Yes.
Okay, let's see. We can either ask him again or we can have Bonnie read it back to us however you want.
He asked, did she have a prescription for hydrocodone? And did she steal the hydrocodone that we're missing from the pharmacy?
She said no as both answers, right?
Yes.
Any other questions from any board member? Okay. Ms. Beach, I think you said that you don't have any other people, witnesses or anything like that. And so now it's time to entertain closing arguments. Mr. Daniel, if you want to do that.
No, thank you. Just briefly. Said, board members, I'm looking at the order notice of hearing. She was actually came before the informal review committee on April 7th of this year. There was an issue with, she had a disciplinary action on her certified nursing assistant and had a true finding of mental abuse of a long-term care resident. This was several years ago, so the board looked at that and gave her a license. And then literally within a few months of being licensed, she was using a Schedule II controlled substance without a prescription, as we all know, can be quite mind altering. She was also using marijuana, does not deny any of this, said using two controlled substances while she was working at a pharmacy. We asked that her license be revoked. And if at some point in the future she wants to apply for relicensure, I would ask that she be required to receive an inpatient evaluation at one of the board approved centers. Thank you.
Okay, and Ms. Beach, this is a time for you to have a closing argument. If there's anything else.
What exactly is?
Well, the evidence is sort of what y'all already told the board. And if there's anything else you want to tell the board on your side of it, you can go right ahead. You don't have to, but you're not required to. Okay, very good. Then at this time, I'll declare the record closed and complete, except for the board's recess for deliberation and decision, and we'll go off the record for deliberations. Now, turn it over to Madam President.
First up, who wants to go first? Dr. Kraus.
I think, however unfortunate that these were things that had happened on application, we would have granted the license. That's where
Your chair is squeaking.
It's your
Or it's fine.
Dr. Jolly.
Yeah, and then I'm looking at the statement that the big main at the school, here's based on the statement that the rest of the technician staff is stable, it's been there for years. This is the first time that they've had an issue with that. So, it's based on the circumstances. With then,
Virtual board members, anything to add? Dr. Mack?
I think we revoke it. I mean, April, we would have seen her and explained to her she's getting a chance, and then I would go ahead and I would revoke it.
Who wants to make the motion?
I will.
Okay. I'll read it out.
All right, let's go back on the record and turn the meeting over to Madam President.
Okay, I believe we have a motion.
Okay, in the matter of Savannah Leanne Beach, case number 2021-070, allegations 1 through 5 having been or be found to be true, and charges 1 through 5 having been proven, I recommend that we revoke Beach pharmacy technician license number PT 12487, and consistent with the request of the board that she be required to undergo inpatient evaluation for addiction before she would be reconsidered for being reissued a license.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Dr. Richmond and a second from Dr. Kraus. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
All right, let the record reflect a unanimous vote. The vote decision here will be reduced to writing, and service will be made or attempted on all parties, including Ms. Beach. If you desire to appeal this decision, the appeal can be taken under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, which is Art Code N 25-15-201 and following sections. If there's no other questions or comments, this hearing is concluded and the record is closed.
Ms. Beach, you will receive a letter in the mail that states their decision today. It will also state how you can appeal this if you want to. If at some point you want to apply for relicensure, you can contact the board and they will give you a list of facilities where you can get that inpatient addiction evaluation if you so choose to do that. But like I said, you'll get a letter in the mail that will explain all of this.
Okay, so what is an inpatient?
It is, the board has, when it comes to substance abuse issues, the board has facilities that we use, and it is an evaluation where you go there in person and they evaluate you and your drug use, and then they make a recommendation as what would be needed for relicensure, whether that's inpatient rehab, whether it's outpatient, whatever the case may be. But it is an evaluation about your drug use and any other issues that arise. And then, like I said, they would make a recommendation to the board as what they would recommend before the board allows you to relicense. But like I said, if that's something you decide to do in the future, we can give you the names of those facilities. The board has certain facilities that they use. And so, like I said, I'll be glad to, if you want to talk about that later, if that's something you want to do, I'll be glad to. If you just want to touch base with me, I'll be glad to explain more of that at the time if that's something that you want to do in the future.
Ms. Beach, you're free to go. Thank you. Good luck. And let's move to the second proceeding. Mr. Daniel, I understand we're going to do Leticia Hart next. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I was told she is present.
Ms. Hart, my name is Christian Harris. Good morning. I'm the hearing officer, sort of like the judge of the proceeding or the referee. Before we get started and go on the record, tell me how to pronounce your first name so I don't get it wrong. Leticia, okay, great. And we're gonna go right into it here. Mr. Daniel, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's go on the record. This is before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. It's August 10th, 2021, about 9:30 in the morning. We're at the State Board of Pharmacy office in Little Rock, and this is case number 2021-068 in the matter of Leticia Hart, applicant. The Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy has set a hearing for today concerning the matter specified in an order and a notice of hearing. I'm Christian Harris. Like I said, I'm the hearing officer. I'm an assistant attorney general with the office of Leslie Rutledge, the Attorney General of Arkansas. I understand, Ms. Hart, you're here. All right, you're not represented by counsel. Doesn't look like, is that right? All right. Let's see. Would you please just introduce yourself, spell your first and last names for the record, please?
Leticia Hart, LATECHAHART.
And you received a copy of the order and notice of hearing that told you to be here today this morning.
Yes.
All right, counsel for the state, would you please introduce yourself for the record?
Luke Daniel, General Counsel, Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
All right, at the beginning of this hearing, Ms. Hart, I'm going to explain some things about administrative hearings for your benefit and anybody else that may be present who has never attended one of these administrative proceedings before. There's 4 things. Number 1, the board is going to base its decision only on the evidence that gets presented here today. And that means sworn testimony by you, and then I'll administer the oath, and any other evidence like documents and things like that that may be admitted. Number 2, this hearing is held under a law called the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act. And part of that means that the strict rules of evidence in this proceeding do not apply. It's reminiscent of a trial court hearing that you might have to be familiar with, but the strict rules of evidence don't apply, which means as the hearing officer, I am allowed to may allow introduction of evidence that might not be admitted in a more formal proceeding. For example, I could allow hearsay statements to be received or photocopies of documents and things like that. And I may grant some objections or caution the parties as we go forward to encourage efficiency. And on that subject, this is Ms. Bonnie, our court reporter, down here with the microphone at the end. Everything that we say here on the record is going to be prepared in a typewritten transcript after these proceedings by Ms. Bonnie. And that means that anybody who speaks on the record needs to speak up. And if you have a tendency to talk quickly like me, try to slow yourself down and don't talk over everybody, which can be a challenge sometimes with the Zoom hearing, but we'll do our best to do that. Next thing is number 3, the board members themselves, for these folks right here and some online, they don't know anything about your case right now except what's in the amended order and notice of hearing. And so if you have anything like documents that you want to be submitted to the staff for the board to consider, we need to do that at the beginning of the hearing. If you have any questions during the proceedings about how it's supposed to go, let me know and we'll figure that out. And number 4, these proceedings are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act. That means all parts of the hearing, including the deliberations of the board, are open to the public. Okay, with the witnesses, anybody who's going to testify as a witness in this matter, please stand and raise your right hand and I'll administer the oath. And Ms. Hart, if you're going to talk to the board on your own behalf, I need to swear you in as a witness. So if you wouldn't mind standing and raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. All right. Any other preliminary matters or exhibits to be offered at this time?
This time, I would ask that you take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law and the Pharmacy Board rules and regulations, and would ask to enter exhibits 1 through 13 at this time.
So noticed and so admitted. Mr. Daniel, are you ready to proceed?
I am.
Ms. Hart, you ready? Okay. Does the other side want to make an opening statement?
I do not.
Okay. Anything you want to tell the board just on the outset, or we can wait till you just give your testimony? Okay. Mr. Daniel, please call your first witness.
The board calls Deputy Director Brenda McCready. Dr. McCready, we'll flip over to Exhibit 1. All these exhibits have been previously entered into evidence, and just for the record, it does have today's date and time on there for her hearing, and she is present, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I can kind of briefly go through the allegations on the order notice of hearing. She actually applied for a pharmacy technician license back in February of 2020, correct?
Yes, you did.
And during that time, it was when she applied, the board was provided information that she had a disqualifying criminal history. She actually appeared before the board's informal review committee on August 5th of 2020, correct?
That's correct.
She had an arrest in January of 2020 for a domestic battery, and then she had some other issues with failing to appear on court and failing to pay her fines, correct?
Correct.
And those matters have been resolved, and so when she appeared at the informal committee in August of 2020, they granted her technician license, correct?
Yes, they did.
And she actually did not renew that license at the end of, and I know it says respondent failed to renew, and it expired on December 31st of 2021. That is actually, Mr. Harris, you just like to amend that on the record orally. A6 should say December 31st of 2020.
We'll show that amended.
Thank you. And so she failed to renew her license at the end of last year, correct?
Mr. Daniel, let me interrupt real quick. I think, Dr. Kraus has a question. What was
the date change? I'm sorry.
On A6 on the allegation that should say respondent failed to renew her pharmacy technician registration and it expired on December 31st of 2020.
Gotcha. Thank you. Didn't make sense when I read it.
Thank you, Dr. McCready. So and then after her license expired on December 31st of 2020, she applied again, sent in a reinstatement application on May 17th of 2021, correct?
Yes, she did.
And on that application process, again, her criminal history came back and it showed those prior arrests, but it also showed a new arrest, correct?
Yes, it did.
And the statement she didn't own her new application on her 2021 application, she did not disclose her new arrest. Is that correct?
She did not.
And she actually sent in the same personal statement in the new application that she sent in the old application. It was actually identical and still had the old date on it, correct?
Yes, it did.
And on August 6th, actually, she was in here on August 5th of 2020 and appeared before the board. And her license was granted. And on August 6th of 2020, one day later, she was arrested for a felony aggravated assault on a family or household member and domestic battery, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm flipping over real quick. I'm flipping over to Exhibit 11. This is the criminal affidavit that was issued, that was sent in by the police department for formal charges. And on that, and this was back on May 14th of 2020. She was actually in an altercation, I believe, with a boyfriend at the time or an ex-boyfriend. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he had stated that they got into an altercation over a vehicle. Apparently she had taken a vehicle from him and he had been trying to get it back.
Yes.
And he states in this affidavit that they got into a physical altercation and she scratched his neck. And at some point she grabbed him by the throat and squeezed, impairing his ability to breathe. That's his statement.
That is statement, yes.
Okay. And the felony aggravated assault charge comes from if you constrict somebody's airway to the point that they can't breathe. I'm sorry. That is a felony under Arkansas law.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm looking at the second page of that affidavit over where it says there was actually, the police had actually obtained a video from the scene that somebody had recorded. And it shows the victim being chased and hit by Miss Hart. And it is apparent that she was the aggressor in the incident.
Yes.
And actually the charges are still pending in circuit court in Pulaski County. She does have a pending felony aggravated assault charge and a pending domestic battery.
Yes, she does.
These were actually ongoing when she was at the informal review committee and failed to disclose them the first time or the second time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, so that's Mr. Daniel questioning the witness. Now, as the other party, you have the opportunity to ask any questions of Mr. McCready that you want to, but you don't have to. So do you have any questions for this witness? Okay. Any questions from the board for this witness, for Dr. McCready? Okay. Mr. Daniel, call your second, please.
The board has nothing further and would rest at this time.
Okay. So, Ms. Hart, the board is now rested. Mr. Daniel represents them. Now it's your turn to call any witnesses or to testify on your own and tell the board anything that you want them to know about your situation in your case. So go right ahead and just, you can either, you can just tell your story or whatever you want to do.
So there will be domestic for the 30th here in Wilton. They've already.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Harris, would you ask her to speak up?
Oh, sure. Ms. Hart, you have a nice soft voice, but speak up real loud because the folks on Zoom need to be able to hear you too.
So dealing with the domestic in Benton that has been lifted off of me. I went to court dealing with that and they basically waived it or took it off. So dealing with the, domestic and felony assault in Little Rock, I didn't know anything about it when it happened. It just happened, and, when I went to go and get my license, then they let me know that that was on my name. I didn't know what happened or whatever. I did not take the car from him. That was my boyfriend at the time. He purchased the car for me. My name and his name was on the vehicle, but he was the primary owner. So whenever he came to take it, he was able to. At the time, I wasn't doing so well, so I didn't think that he was going to take the car because I needed that car to get back and forth to work. We ended up in an altercation because he followed me after I told him to allow me to take my things out of the car first. And then I would give him his vehicle. So we kind of got in a tussle. He hit me, and I basically put my hands on him. And his friend only got 1 week when I was attacking him. So right now I'm in a situation too where I'm trying to get that off. He also wrote a statement to my judge, basically not wanting to put the charges against me. But since the court has been prolonged because of the COVID situation, I have not had a court date yet, and they have not gotten that information. Well, the courts have, they stamped it and everything, but since I have not had a court date, we have not been able to handle that situation. And so my traffic, basically I was going through both of those situations, and I was going to jail and stuff, so I've been trying to work traffic situations. So within the same time, dealing with all this other stuff.
Okay. Any cross-examinations, Amy?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Any questions from, okay, so the next thing happens, the board gets to ask you questions. Any questions from any board members for Ms. Hart? Go ahead.
So repeat what you said now. You said that the traffic violations were exonerated. You went to court for that.
No, that was for the domestic. That was the time. Traffic has not been handled because I was handled others.
And then the latest thing with the boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, was, who brought the charges against you? And, the neighbors called the police. And he filed charges. Nothing else right now. Just trying to get the laws together.
Any other questions from any board member?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Dr. Charles.
So the board granted you your technician, permit August of last year. Did you work in a pharmacy after that?
Yes.
Where did you work?
Walgreens,
And then let your license expire. So tell me what happened there. Working?
no, I knew the other situations were on. Well, the Little Rock wasn't on there last year because they had my birthday. And I know that we didn't talk about it last year. The only situation we talked about was the one dealing with it. So I wanted to talk about that.
So you're no longer working at all.
Well, I still work there, but I have to get.
So you don't work in pharmacy. At one point you were working in the pharmacy.
So were both of the domestic charges with the same person? Was this another boyfriend or?
Any other questions from any board member? Very good. Ms. Hart, thank you for that. Do you have any other witnesses or anybody else that you would like to call at this time? Okay. Either side want to make a closing argument?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Harris. I'll be brief. And back to, and just to answer, I think a question, I believe it was Dr. Richmond. I'm sorry, Dr. Jolly. She did work at Walgreens. We contacted Walgreens. She did not work as a technician after her license expired. They did confirm that. This was, she has, and I'm looking at the order notice of hearing here. I mean, she was arrested on January 12th of 2020 for a domestic and where she committed a battery. Well, the allegations was that she committed a battery. She then failed to appear in court on that. On that first application that she sent in 2020, she did not disclose that arrest. She then committed another and then was involved in another altercation with a different subject that happened in May of 2020. She was just arrested on that in August. When she reapplied for her pharmacy technician in May of this year, she did not disclose that new arrest. So that's two applications within literally almost a year and a half of each other, two different domestic arrests, two different acts of violence. She did not disclose either one of those to the board. Board found out about them when they ran her criminal history. On the second application, she actually sent in the statement from the first one that just disclosed that original domestic battery. This second offense is charged as a felony due to the violence of it. That case is still pending. I mean, she has a pending case for felony violence. We would ask that her license, that this application not be granted. She has shown, I mean, two different subjects, two different violent arrests over literally a year and a half period. And especially with that new felony pending, have no idea what the outcome of that is going to be. These were two different subjects. It's not like this was a long ongoing situation with one person. I mean, these are two different subjects over about a year. So just based on the nature of these offenses, based on the fact that she was not honest on two applications that she sent in, and the second one is a felony act of violence that is still pending, we would ask that her application be denied.
All right, thank you, Mr. Daniel. Ms. Carmen, you already told the board what you wanted them to hear. Any kind of, you can make a closing argument if you want to, or if you don't have to. Very good. All right. At this time, then I'll declare the record to be closed and complete, except for the board's recess for deliberations and decision. And let's go off the record, please. Dr. Mitchell.
Dr. Newsom, what do you think? Who wants to go first? Dr. Newsom?
Yes. I think she's a good individual, but she just got involved with some people that she shouldn't have. At this time, we will have to deny her license because of the things that she's done and also the things that are pending. But I would also like to say to her that, you know, get your act together, get all this cleaned up, and, you know, come back to us in the future to see if you could be a technician again.
You know, that if she clear up, you know, the domestic battery that's pending right now, and then, you know, I'd be open for her to apply. She's got some things to clean up.
Typically like to see a good amount of time between incidents and application. Do y'all have a feel for what potential length of time would make you feel more comfortable?
I'd be a little bit hesitant. I'd be a little bit hesitant to say an exact amount of time. I do think there needs to be a period of time, but I also think that good work history. So with Walgreens continuing to have her employed, even outside the pharmacy, shows work ethic and things like that. So time plus a good employment track, I think would be what I would be looking for when she came back in the future.
And I think also she has to get this felony charge that's hanging over her head. That has to be resolved before, in addition to some time.
I agree. And I feel like the work history is important because if you're violent with other people, we would have to be concerned about any kind of violence when a customer is, hard to deal with at Walgreens. So I think we would have to deny, and we would have to make it clear, probably for the second time, that if you ever do fill out an application, you have to be honest and say that, yes, she'd been arrested. I mean, she knew she had been arrested. And I'm sure we went over that in last year.
Anybody else? Who would like to make a motion? All right, I think we're ready to go back on the record.
Okay, let's go back on the record. We're back on the record in case, case number 2021-068. Turn it over to Madam President.
All right, I'd like to entertain a motion, please.
I'll make it. Case number 2021-068, matter of Leticia Hart, pharmacy technician applicant, allegation 6 starts today. Allegations 1 through 11 are true, charge 1 is proven. Make a motion to deny her application.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Dr. Jolly, and I got seconds from Dr. Mack and Dr. Kraft. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Forgot to ask if there was any other discussion. All opposed to the motion. The motion carries and is unanimous.
All right, we'll let the record reflect a unanimous vote. It will be reduced to writing, and service will be made or attempted on all the parties. You get a copy of what happened today. Ms. Hart, if you want to appeal the decision of the board, you can take that under the Administrative Procedures Act, the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act. And if there are no other questions or comments, this hearing is concluded and the record is closed. And you're free to go. Thank you for appearing.
Mr. Harris, next we have Amy Johnson, who is represented by Mr. Mosby. Thank y'all both for your patience this morning. So we have, this is what we have set for the rest of this morning. So Mr. Harris, I'll turn it over to you and we'll go from there.
Let's ask real quick, does anybody need a break? Let's do a 5-minute break and come back at 10 o'clock.
Hey, Luke, you ready? I am, yes.
This is showing that this is on the news, is that?
I just unmuted it. That's,
Okay.
yeah. Luke, can you hear us now?
Everything's good. I can hear you on your end. And Mr. Harris, before we get into everything, just have one preliminary matter to discuss. And it does involve this case. It will need to be on the record.
Ready.
Okay. All right, we're before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. It's August 10th, 2021, about 10 after 10 in the morning. We're at the State Board of Pharmacy offices here in Little Rock. This is case number 2021-65 in the matter of Amy Johnson, doctor of pharmacy number 8439. The Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy has set a hearing today concerning the matter specified in the order of notice of hearing. I'm Christian Harris, I'm Assistant Attorney General with the Office of Arkansas Attorney General Leslie Rutledge, and I'll serve as the hearing officer in this matter. I understand, Ms. Johnson, you're present and represented by counsel, Mr. Mosby. Counsel, would you introduce yourself and your client for the record, please?
Robert Mosby, attorney for Amy Johnson.
All right, and you've received a copy of the order of notice of hearing correctly you appear today.
Yeah.
All right, counsel for the state, would you introduce yourself for the record, please?
Luke Daniel, General Counsel, Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
All right, at the outset of this hearing, I'm going to explain some things for Ms. Johnson's benefit. Anybody else who may be present here or online who may not have appeared at an administrative hearing before. Number one, the board is going to base its decision today solely on the evidence presented in this proceeding. That includes sworn testimony and other evidence which may be admitted. This hearing, number two, is held under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act. The strict rules of evidence do not apply. I may allow hearsay statements, for example, or photocopies to be introduced, and I may bring objections or caution the parties to move along to encourage efficiency. Our court reporter here is Ms. Bonnie. For her benefit and the benefit of the record, please speak loudly clearly and try not to talk over the other parties when we're going back and forth. That's especially true with our Zoom format for today. Number three, the board members themselves, as of right now, don't know anything about this case except what is in the order and notice of hearing. And for that reason, if there's anything that you want submitted to staff or to the board for consideration in your case, it has to be offered into evidence today or else it won't be considered. And if at any time during the course of the hearing you have any questions about that, raise them and we'll figure it out. These proceedings, number four, are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act. That means that everything in this proceeding, including the deliberations of the board, are open to the public. And I understand, Mr. Mosby, usually we admit evidence at the beginning, but if you want to do it as you go along, that'll be fine with me. Would all of you who are going to be witnesses in this matter, please stand and raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to give in this matter will be true, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Any preliminary matters or exhibits to be discussed or offered at this time? Mr. Daniel?
Yes, I do have one issue I want to bring to Mr. Mosby's attention. I have been, Dr. Lenora Newsom has told me that while Dr. Johnson was an intern, that she was actually, Dr. Johnson was actually an intern under Dr. Newsom back when she was in pharmacy school. I just want to make that aware to Mr. Mosby and ask him if he has any objection or if his client has any objection to Dr. Newsom remaining on this today. If they do, I would be glad to ask Dr. Newsom to recuse. I just want to get something on the record. The board has no issue, so I'll leave it up to Mr. Mosby. Like I said, I do not mind asking her to recuse.
Okay, say that again for the record, people, sir.
We have no issues.
Very good.
Okay. It's a holiday.
Okay, great. Sounds good. Okay, any other exhibits need to be admitted at this time?
At this time, I would just ask the hearing officer to take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law and of pharmacy board rules and regulations, and would move to enter exhibits 1 through 13 into the record at this time.
So noticed and so admitted. Counsel for the state, are you ready to proceed?
I am.
Counsel for Ms. Johnson, are you ready to proceed? Ready. All right, Mr. Daniel, call your first, please.
I'd just like to do a short opening real quick, if I may.
I'm sorry, go right ahead.
This was the matter here before the board. The board staff was notified by a detective with the Carroll County Sheriff's Office. The board was notified that they had, I believe it was on or about June 17th of 2021. Dr. McCready was contacted by the Carroll County Sheriff's Office, and they made there's a phone call with the detective that we will play it during this hearing. And they were just, he wanted to make the board aware of a situation that had arisen. There was contact, the sheriff's office and the fire department had been called numerous times by Dr. Johnson. They had reported to the pharmacy where she worked, which was in Holiday Island, Arkansas. They also had reported to her home. They had made contact with her, and the officer, or the detective, I'm sorry, just wanted to make the board aware of what seemed to be mental health issues with Ms. Johnson. So that's what started this investigation. Like I said, you will hear that reporting from the detective with Dr. McCready. There's also board staff, Dr. McCready and Dr. Kirtley spoke to Ms. Johnson numerous times during this incident. Board staff got copies of fire department reports from where they were called to the pharmacy. Also police reports and supplemental reports from the police department with the contact that they had made with Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson did, board staff, Dr. Kirtley and Dr. McCready, like I said, did make contact with Ms. Johnson and discussed the issues with her and what they had been told. She was asked to sign an agreed order not to practice until this matter was resolved. She did agree to that. She was also told by boards or recommended by board staff that she receive an inpatient evaluation at one of the treatment centers that the board uses. She did go to, we will talk about the Palmetto. She did go to Palmetto. That evaluation is included in your packet, and that evaluation will be discussed. She had a one-day outpatient evaluation. Palmetto, again, recommended a full inpatient evaluation. So just that's kind of the basis of why we're here today, is that notification from the Carroll County Sheriff's Office. And you'll hear, like I said, you'll hear that detective in the phone call with Dr. McCready. Thank you.
Mr. Mosby, would you like to make another?
Yes, I would. What I understand the charge today, sit around claims that you need to grow some professional dishonorable conduct, medical force or duties, the student of the competence and will violate the function laws, failure of PIC to be accountable communications, and competence due to addiction. What you'll hear in the testimony today is that Amy was sick. She was physically sick. You'll hear about her physical complaints. I do not feel good. My head hurts. My stomach hurts. Things taste odd. Hypersensitivity smells. And you'll hear about her seeking medical help for these elements. She'll provide context to actions. She will prove that she is not addicted to toxic liquors or drugs with multiple negative drug screens. As far as other charges, I'm not sure what's going to come up there. We'll address those as they come. The Palmetto, the order, the same order she signed did not require a 3-day. It said that she was saying mental evaluation, which she did.
Very good. At this time, Mr. Daniel, would you call your first?
State Health Deputy Director Brenda McCready. Dr. McCready, will before we get started, Mr. Mosby, everybody's here today. Will you just stipulate that your client was served with the notice of hearing with today's date and time? Thank you. So we'll briefly go through some of these exhibits. Dr. McCready, you're looking at the order notice of hearing. And on June 17th, you were actually contacted by a detective with the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And during that conversation, and we'll play it in just a minute, but just for a little foundation on the conversation, he did call. That phone call was recorded, and he kind of went through the matters that he had been investigating over, I guess, a several-week period.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm gonna pull up the.
I'll give him a call.
Board of Pharmacy, this is Brenda. May I help you?
Who am I speaking with?
Just want to stop that to be sure. Is that, can y'all hear that recording?
Yes.
Okay.
This is Brenda.
Brenda, how you doing, Brenda?
I'm well.
This is Deputy Kennedy with the Carroll County Sheriff's Office.
Mm-hmm.
And you're part of the investigation division there, up there at the Board of Pharmacy?
I'm the assistant director here, yes.
The assistant director? Okay, okay. Well, I'm kind of going to give you a rundown of what I've been dealing with since the, let me find the date here, since the 17th, or not the 17th. Good grief. That's when I printed it out. I'm looking at my call card, and now I'm trying to find the date. All right, well, for whatever reason, it's not on. Oh, the 9th. There we go, since the 9th. This is going to be in Holiday Island, concerning Holiday Island Pharmacy, and more specifically, the pharmacist, Amy Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
She's made several. Have you gotten any reports on her recently from like poison control? Okay.
I spoke to her yesterday.
Oh, goodness. Okay. All right. She's made several reports of people or individuals trying to poison her, breaking into her house, moving things, breaking into the pharmacy, creating hazmat incidents within her pharmacy, and just all sorts of reports. I've been investigating this since the 9th. I brought her in for an interview yesterday. The interview, it was just an interview, just trying to get, pretty much, her life story and up till the time she became pharmacist, and then from the time she came to Holiday Island. And based upon my investigations, there's no criminal activity going on. This is definitely a mental health issue. The stuff that she has been reporting, and I can give you some for instances. For instance, yesterday, I went into her apartment with her and another neighbor, and I ran a 5-gas through there. And she immediately stops in her apartment and says, "My skin's burning, I can't breathe," and she left. She got out of there, and her neighbor kind of just looked at me like, okay. And I was in there. I looked for, obviously anything out of place. I did air quality tests. I did everything that I could with, the stuff I had. I was not able to find anything. She sent me several text messages throughout the night, approximately 57 text messages.
Oh my God.
She called me at 3 o'clock in the morning. I told her to not stay in her apartment. I told her to stay with a friend where nobody knows where she's at, and I kind of did that on purpose because I wanted to establish that, she says she's getting poisoned in Conway. She says she's getting poisoned up at the pharmacy. She says she's getting poisoned at a local restaurant. She says she's getting poisoned in her car. She says she's getting poisoned in her apartment. So let's put you away from somebody, or away from all these areas, and put you with somebody where, nobody knows where you're at, this, that, and the other. Well, 3 o'clock in the morning, EMS was notified, fire was notified again, law enforcement was notified. The same gas was apparently in this house. I've already spoke with the homeowner that she was staying with. That was not the case. She told my deputy on scene, "I don't know what the hell's going on." She swears somebody was downstairs. She's been sending me pictures of random license plates. She's been saying, some of her texts. Kyle Phillips is one that, he was the one that the hazmat scene in the
pharmacy.
She called in the pharmacy. It was toilet bowl cleaners, the toilet bowl tabs, and they were on her desk. I was able to deduce that she put it in there. Okay. I've already spoken with my county prosecutor. There's nothing that I can do to charge her at this point in time with anything, because everything that she's saying, she believes this is happening. Okay. She actually believes this is happening. Based upon my experience and training, and also, as a CIT officer, also being a paramedic for 23 years, this is, in my opinion, paranoid schizophrenia. She's had, like, her vehicle, for instance. I don't know about you. I would certainly be aware of it. I found $2,800 and $100 bills just scattered around her vehicle. And she didn't know how it got there or where it came from, and didn't even want to claim it. There's some serious stuff going on here.
Serious.
Yeah, and I'm just making you aware. She's a pharmacist. She's in charge of dispensing people's medications. I'm just going to let you know that as far as the Carroll County Sheriff's Department is concerned, I conducted a thorough criminal investigation. I've spoke with 6 or 7 different people who are immediately within her life. I've spoke to customers, and the story's the same. Within the past 3 weeks, they've seen this decline in her mental state
capacity.
To where you know, it's concerned them. Go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead. Let me just tell you that I will today go ahead and do a controlled substance inventory. I want to see if there's anything. $2,800 is a huge red flag to me. I want to see if there's any drugs missing from the pharmacy. I'm going to, when I hang up from here, I will go talk to our attorney and our director as well as one of our inspectors and see if we don't need to, one of the inspectors doesn't need to go down there like ASAP.
I would strongly, and so would our county prosecutors in agreement with this. You know, Arkansas doesn't have the drunken, insane, disorderly anymore. If we had that, we would do a hold on her. We would do a mental health hold on her.
Well, we can take her out of the pharmacy.
Okay. But as far as I'm concerned, you know, this department's concerned and the county prosecutor's concerned, yes, we need to make sure that not only she's safe, but the residents of the community are safe as well.
Right. Okay. So all the police reports and everything that she's filed, our attorney can subpoena those.
Yes.
You can tell me who he needs to send that to.
He can send it to Dennis with the Carroll County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And you said this has been going on about 3 or 4 weeks?
Yes, this has been going on for about 3. With me personally. Now she's given reports of, you know, some stuff happening a little bit prior, so I'd say about a month now. But it's progressively gotten worse, and it's definitely gotten worse since the 9th. Since the 9th, it's gotten real bad.
Okay. And has she called anybody today? Do you have any calls today?
At 3 o'clock this morning.
Other than that one, yeah.
Okay. Well, she's been constantly. She wants to meet with me again today. She's been like I said, Brenda. She's been constantly texting my phone. And it's just I got over 57 texts of just stuff.
Yeah. Let me get with them. Can I get a number where we can reach you?
Yes, ma'am. It is 870-423-2901.
Okay.
Or you can call my cell phone. I'll give you my personal cell phone.
Okay.
It's 479.
And I have, that's the end of the recording. I just stopped that where he's giving out his personal cell number. Dr. McCready, so based on this phone call, how did you proceed?
I proceeded I went ahead and contacted the store and proceeded with the controlled substance inventory. I did go down the hall and speak with you. Dr. Kirtley talked about what we needed to do as far as whether we needed to do an emergency order, if she needed to do an agreed order, what we needed to do to take her out of practice, because I was concerned about her safety as well as that of her patients.
And that, when you said you were worried about her safety and the safety of the patients, that was due to just what you heard on that phone call about a possible mental health issue?
My actions were based on what I heard from the sheriff, yes.
Okay. And about the controlled substance audit, what was the finding in that?
We did find a few shortages in the controlled substance audit. We don't feel like those are, other than the fact that Amy is the pharmacist in charge, we don't feel like those were diverted by Amy and abused by Amy at all. I don't think there was actually ever an accusation that she was diverting drugs. There was some shortage, but based on everything else, we didn't feel like Amy was diverting drugs.
No, yeah, I mean, it wasn't a shortage that stood out. We're not talking about large numbers. It just could have come from a miscount or from something like that.
It could have, yes.
Okay, and the allegation on and I'm looking at the order notice of hearing, the allegation, and let me flip over, it is allegation 16, during the time the respondent was a pharmacist in charge, controlled substances are unaccounted for. That's just listed there because she is a pharmacist in charge, and as that, she is responsible for that. It's not an allegation that there was drug use or anything like that.
That is correct.
And after that, did you call Dr. Johnson?
I did.
And that was that same day, and you recorded that phone call also?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to pull that phone call up. It should
Board
be
of Pharmacy,
playing
this
now.
Brenda may help you.
Brenda, hey, this is Amy Johnson.
Hey, I
I'm
was going
at,
to call you.
what for?
Well, something about the hazmat people there and the pharmacy closed and.
Yes. So that's what I'm calling. Last night, okay. Yesterday, found some, stuff in the toilet and, I guess about 6 something, and we actually like scooped it up, which I guess produced the really, really bad gases. But I sent home a pharmacy technician about 4 o'clock yesterday. But
When you say
there's some
found
bad
stuff, are you
mess.
speaking of fecal material?
It's chemicals. It's like a toilet tablet. It's a whole lot of stuff. I can send you the pictures of that's in the toilet. But I guess my question now, we called the police.
Mm-hmm.
And they're here. The fire department is here. They found something in the air vent, like a block of something last night, and then whatever is in the toilet. But it's a bunch of chemicals or something that's all in the toilet. But it's I can't even stand outside the building right now without having symptoms. I've been in the ER 4 times out of the last 5 days with symptoms.
What? Do they have any idea what it is?
They, I don't know. As far as the it was, one of them was like a toilet tablet, but it was a whole lot of other stuff also. I mean, it's got to be tested to find out. My concern is like Monday, we ran the air conditioning for 2 hours and developed symptoms, and that's what got me in the ER Monday night. So yesterday, I was getting somebody to come out to actually check on the air, and so we didn't run the air all day yesterday. But yet yesterday afternoon started developing symptoms, and it's like, why? So of course he's kind of like suspicious or whatever. And and when I walked into the bathroom, I went to the bathroom about 3:45 or so, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's in there. And so there's only 4 people who had access to the bathroom, me, the 2 techs, and 1 customer came in yesterday. And so my technician had unusual behavior yesterday, and so I just asked him to leave because this is...
What kind of unusual behavior?
He wasn't talking like he normally did. He wasn't asking questions. He would, like when he was told to do something, he got very kind of like agitated back. I ended up throwing 4 open drinks away because my drinks were fine, and then my drinks tasted like I had poison and something in it, and it's got to the point where it seems like these are intentional targets as far as to harm me, and
we'll get into it.
So I told her to throw away all open drinks. Oh, hold on. But the question is, they want my keys to enter the pharmacy.
Who owns the pharmacy?
Are you there?
I am. Who owns the pharmacy?
Jeff, Price, and I.
So you are one of the owners?
Yes. But I just didn't want to have, I just know it's a big deal as far as and I can't go in there with them.
To be in the pharmacy without a licensed pharmacist.
I can't be in there.
Is this the police? Who's going in there? The fire department or who?
I'm not trying to make them.
I know that.
Okay, listen, I'm trying.
Amy,
I'm on the
Amy,
pharmacy
stop.
board. Quit,
Amy,
please.
who are you talking
Okay.
to? Who are you talking to?
Somebody's telling me that everybody's getting mad because I'm on the phone trying to follow procedure.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Tracy George.
Who is that?
The fire department's mad and the police is mad because I'm trying to find out if I can
Okay, hold
give
on.
them my keys.
Hold on one sec, okay? Let me go. Hang on. Amy?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I just got our attorney in here. I'm going to tell him what's going on.
Can I leave you on speaker, please, with the police and the
No.
fire?
Hold on.
Okay. I'm on the board with the pharmacy board right now. Hey.
Okay, and that's the end of that phone call, correct? We got, the board got disconnected.
Yes.
Okay, and yourself, Dr. McCready, and I actually discussed the what to legally do about the fire department and the police department entering the pharmacy, since she would not go in.
Yes, we did.
And we finally decided that under the circumstances, with there being some type of possible contaminant or some type of chemical, the fire department and the police department did enter the pharmacy.
Yes, we did.
And when they entered the pharmacy, based on, and there is a very detailed police report, and I want to apologize to board members. I forgot to number these exhibits, but they kind of go, I mean, each exhibit is not individually numbered, and I do apologize for that. But the sheriff's office incident is exhibit 5, and the holiday fire department report is in exhibit 7. And they do talk about going into the pharmacy at that time just to check it out, to be sure there's nothing in there that's contaminated or nothing in there that might be hazardous.
Yes.
And did they find anything that was potentially hazardous?
Not to my knowledge.
So they report that they found there was like some toilet bowl cleaner, I believe, that was in the toilet, and maybe some sitting out on the counter.
That's correct.
And they took in, and according to the report and according to the deputy earlier, they took in whatever they use, some type of equipment they use to test the air quality for chemicals and possibly hazardous material.
Yes.
And they found, they didn't find anything there.
They did not.
Okay. And after that, the pharmacy, after everything was cleared by the police department, the fire department, the pharmacy did go back into, or did open back up and continue filling prescriptions.
Yes.
And the co-owner on the statement, Ms. Johnson, is a co-owner with another pharmacist, and he took care of the matter after that and saw that the pharmacy remained open. And to our knowledge, he'd never had any further issues with anything in the pharmacy.
My knowledge, he has not.
Okay. And I'm looking, we'll go back to the order notice of hearing. Down at the allegations. So, and, you know, we played the report earlier, or played the phone call earlier, and based on that and the police department report, which is exhibit 5, and it's very specific. It has, the narrative in there is 1, 2, 3, about 4 combined pages. So based on that, and we're looking at, you know, going through some of the allegations. Starting at allegation 3 and going all the way down through allegation 13. These allegations are based on information received from the fire department and police department that had dealings with the pharmacy and that had interactions with Dr. Johnson. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so according to them, this started around May 19th, maybe a little before, and until the board was notified on June 17th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, she made numerous reports to law enforcement and the fire department concerning her residency and the pharmacy where she worked.
Yes, she did.
And based on the seriousness of what she was stating, they did, like I said, the police and the fire department did investigate this from what appears from their documentation quite thoroughly.
Yes.
And just to briefly go through some of these allegations, and I'm talking between A3 and A13. She stated that items had been moved in in her residence, and that someone had possibly put arsenic in a water bottle beside her bed.
Yes, she did.
And she actually, and on June 6th, she called the police. I believe it was at the pharmacy, but regardless of that, she called the police to investigate something in her car. It appeared that somebody had cut the top of a can of soda off in her car and caused it to spill everywhere.
Based on the police records, yes.
And I'm sorry, this is based on conversations and records from the police department and fire department. And the police concluded that the can had actually exploded because it had been in a hot car, which caused it to expand and explode.
Yes, they did.
And that was the same time that they found, or the officer just happened to look down in the floorboard, and there was $2,800 and $100 bills.
Yes.
And again, back to, the pharmacy on June 16th was that phone call she made that, in her phone call, she stated that she called the fire department because of, she reported possibly smelling something hazardous in the pharmacy.
Yes.
And again, no other issues were observed by the fire department except that toilet bowl cleaner, according to them.
According to them, yes.
And she actually gave a statement to the police on or about, the June 16th, where she stated several things, and they're all listed there in A10, those bullet points that she stated. And these are statements coming from her, that she was poisoned or believed she was poisoned at a restaurant in Conway. Someone put water or arsenic in her water bottle that she keeps beside her bed. And she had actually gone through and either herself or had somebody, the locks on her apartment or on her residence had been changed numerous times over a couple-week period.
Yes.
And she went for several days there. She actually voluntarily went to the emergency room at a Mercy Hospital in Rogers and also at the Baptist Emergency Department there in Conway.
Yes, she did.
And she lived in Conway, but was commuting up to Holiday Island. Is that correct? Okay. And she also stated it looks around June 15th that someone put poison in her hair conditioner. And again, she went to Mercy Hospital at that time, correct?
Right.
Okay. And on June 16th, which was in the phone call with the detective, stated that he went to her apartment with her. And that's when she stated to him that she was spilling it again, and then she left and would not go in with him.
Yes.
And the officer, according to him, didn't smell anything and had, I'm not sure what the item was he used, but he stated it on the call. It's something that detects hazardous. Well, actually, they were checking for gas in case there was a gas leak, and nothing came from that. He didn't note anything hazardous and stated that there wasn't a gas leak.
That is correct.
And she also stated during this conversation that she'd been poisoned when she left the pharmacy, between the time she left or at the pharmacy, between there and when she arrived at the police department.
Yes.
And also stated to them that someone had put poison on her cell phone, according to the police officer.
Yes, according to the police officer.
And you heard the detective say that he had texted her. I mean, he had given her his cell number in case there were any other issues. And during that night, on or around June 17th, he received approximately 57 texts during the night, and that she had actually gone to stay at a friend's house.
That is correct, based on his advice.
Yes. And she stated to the officer that the poison had followed her.
Yes.
And on or about June 18th, she texted the detective again in early morning hours and stated that her melatonin was laced and somebody had messed with her toothpaste.
Yes.
Okay, and based on all of this, the board subpoenaed, of course, we got copies of the police department where a lot of this information came from, and also from the fire department, correct?
That's correct.
And I'm looking over at, and I apologize for the pages not being exhibits, or for the exhibits not being numbered, but I'm looking at what would be exhibit 11. It is the first page. It has Holiday Island Fire Department on the very top left. And this is the first page of that exhibit. Down at the bottom, the fire department, when they go somewhere, they kind of make, narratives of, what they saw. So anyway, I'm looking at the narrative on the bottom of that page, which says narrative 1. They were actually called to the house. She was actually at a friend's house.
That's correct.
And they had actually had some dealings. I mean, this was, it's kind of a small area, so the fire department's familiar with the previous calls.
Yes.
And they smelled, she had stated that she was smelling gas, or had a gas smell or a leak. And there was actually no gas actually attached to the residence. Is that correct? Like it was a gas-free home. And so they found nothing.
Correct.
Okay. And just based on all of this together, the fact that she had stated that she'd gone to her primary care physician, had gone to the ER at Rogers and at Baptist, the board subpoenaed her medical records from all 3 of those locations, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and have you reviewed those records? I know some of them, they're quite extensive, but have you reviewed those records?
I have.
Is there anything in those records that is of concern that shows that there was any type of poison detected, or that any, I guess, foreign substance or anything might have been tested for that was found?
I didn't see anything in the reports. I did know, because she had mentioned the arsenic in the water bottle, that on more than one occasion she was tested for arsenic. When she went to, I believe it was Baptist, they told her that they didn't do that type test, but her PCP had done the test. If you look at the results, it doesn't show that it's high. It does show a trace. And I do believe, based on, if you look at what the levels of arsenic in the system can be, there is a range there. So some people do have a low amount of arsenic in their systems anyway. There was also a test that was done, I believe it was sent to Mayo Clinic, and it was done through Mercy. And it did show that some of the inorganic, methylated, and organic species of arsenic may not match the total arsenic concentration reported due to the presence of unidentified organic species of arsenic, but it did not show that it was in a high level. It did, from what I can ascertain from the records.
Okay, so there was, and just to back up a little bit, Dr. Boland, who was her primary care, he was, you said there was a small trace of arsenic found in a test?
Yeah, according to the records, yes.
And was it outside of what would be considered a normal range?
It did not flag as being unremarkable or as being remarkable. It was not.
And there is that normal range, and just in your medical experience and some research that you've done, there is a normal range, because there are actually some people that have arsenic, small trace amounts of arsenic in their body.
There are.
Okay.
And I don't know exactly what the range was. I do remember that it commented that it was not.
Yeah, and I'm not asking you for, like I said, I mean, for an expert opinion on that range, just in your experience and the research that you did. There is, I mean, and we're not saying it's everybody, but it is not uncommon for there to be a trace amount of arsenic.
Yeah.
Okay. And the fire department and the police department, like I said, did numerous tests. And did any of those tests find anything harmful or hazardous?
Well, the only test that I saw that actually showed any sort of high range was when there was a comparison to the, I believe it's creatinine normalized results, And the mercury, they couldn't calculate the creatinine normalized result due to low volume. And the test was the same, although this arsenic level did show at Mercy that it was, I believe, like 47.7, which was high. I don't know if that, because I don't do medical records and this type of thing all the time, I can't tell you if that was due to the low creatinine or why that occurred.
Okay. But as to the police department and the fire department, the numerous times they visited the pharmacy, her residence, her friend residence, and did tests to try to find if there was gas leaks, if there was anything other hazardous in the home or the pharmacy, they never concluded that there was anything in there that would be hazardous or that would be a danger. Is that correct?
And let me correct, that was Dr. Boland's report that showed the arsenic level.
Okay. And based on that, you had, there was that one recorded phone call. There were other phone calls that a board staff had with her, and she agreed, and that order is page 4. I'm sorry, exhibit 4. It's just a one-page agreed order where the board asked her, or staff asked her just to sign this and agree not to practice until this matter could be resolved. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm looking at I'm looking at number 4 on the agreed order, and I think it was mentioned earlier by Mr. Mosby, where it stated that she agreed to receive an evaluation at a board-approved treatment facility. And she was contacted and given, the board has 4 treatment facilities across the country that they use for evaluations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And she chose Palmetto, which is one of those facilities that's located in Louisiana.
Yes.
And the board requires, as part of that evaluation, as part of that process, when the board says an evaluation, the board has always required a 3-day inpatient evaluation at the center. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, that's just always been board policy, and that's actually what the centers recommend. So it's inpatient, and they can get into a little more detail and kind of figure out issues.
Yes.
And majority of the time, these centers are used for addiction evaluations, whether it's alcohol, drugs, whatever the case may be. Is that correct?
Majority of the time, yes.
But they are set up and do have the capability to do mental evaluations. They have psychiatrists on staff, psychologists on staff, people that are trained and are experts in their field when it comes to mental health. And so the board asked her when she got that evaluation, they asked her to do the 3-day inpatient evaluation, correct? And she stated, and I know in the order notice of hearing, and I'm flipping back over to A15, it says respondent stated she wanted to appear before the board and has not received a mental evaluation. That was at the date this order was sent out, which was on July 10th, correct?
Correct.
She has since reported to Palmetto, where she received a 1-day outpatient evaluation, correct?
That is correct.
And we have that. It is exhibit 13, and I'm flipping over to that. It is, and back to the issue with the drugs. She was drug tested and had no.
There was not an issue.
Yeah, there was no allegation there. There was no, she was drug tested and that no issues with any drug screens or anything.
That's correct.
And I'm looking at the I'm looking at the Palmetto evaluation. Here it is. And again, that is exhibit 13. And it says on the front page of that evaluation that they were unable to fully assess her or make any diagnosis during that evaluation. We recommend she undergo a more thorough multi-day comprehensive evaluation at a facility approved by the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. So they really weren't able to come up with a diagnosis or treatment recommendations based on that outpatient evaluation, correct?
That's correct.
And I'm looking at page 2 of the evaluation. It actually says page 1 of 6 at the bottom, but it's page 2 of the exhibit right there in the middle where it says time with patient. She was only there for 1 hour and 30 minutes, correct?
Correct.
And the board's evaluations that it recommends are where they actually stay there. It's 3 days. It's, all day for most of those days. Is that correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further for Dr. McCready. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Cross-examination for this witness, Mr. Russell.
Yes, if I could first, I think, put together some exhibits and.
Sure.
Mr. Mosby, I'm having a little trouble. Can you just maybe speak up a little bit? I apologize.
To put together my exhibits, I'll have a better idea where we're going, and I'd like a few minutes to counsel my client.
Let's go off the record for 5 minutes and come back and start. So is 5 minutes enough? Great.
Yeah, I was just saying, we have a conference room right around here if you guys want to use it.
Okay.
And if you need some copies or anything, you let us know. We'll take care of it.
Do what?
If you need any copies of anything or whatever.
I think so.
we'll take care of that.
Are these exhibits ones that have been provided?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
So
We probably need to have copies.
we'll have to have copies for board members to see it, as well as to scan to board members that are online. And we'll have to see if they have functionality to see it as well.
And John, I have copies of those already that were emailed and scanned to me, so I can make those available to the members online. They've already.
Luke, he's got something else.
These are
Oh,
new.
okay, I got you. Yeah, if they'll just scan and email it to me, I'll get them out to who they need to go to.
I'm gonna mute our mics here for our break.
Hang on, now you're unmuted. Now they can hear you.
Okay. Mr. Daniel, before when we go back on the record, I'm going to admit respondents exhibits A through G, which we had ready at the beginning of the hearing, but I forgot to admit them. And then I suppose this whole thing is going to be just page, whatever.
I have reviewed, he has sent me a copy of everything and I've looked over it. I have no objection.
Okay, great.
Before we go back on the record, in the lobby, I spoke with our 11 o'clock hearing, and they're gonna go after lunch. And so we just need to let them know what time we're gonna come back from lunch.
And housekeeping A through G, is this stack I given that? This is it. Okay, I'm gonna get that.
I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, let's go back on the record. We're back on the record in case number 2021-65 in the matter of Amy Johnson, PD 8439. At the outset, the housekeeping measure here. I'm going to admit respondents exhibit A through G and exhibit H, which has been provided to the council for the board and the board members themselves. I understand there's no objection, Mr. Daniel.
That is correct. I have no objection to any of those exhibits.
Those will be admitted, and Mr. Prosecutor can proceed with cross-examination of Dr. Craig.
Dr. Craig, you guys went through the allegations. We'll go back through those. On allegation 3, claim that the respondent made several reports to law enforcement and fire department. Is there anything on the record for contacting the fire department?
There are an exhibit from the fire department. Seven from the holiday fire department. From incident of 6/17/2021. There's one from incident date 6/16/2021. There's one from incident date 6/15/2021.
Is Ms. Johnson called?
To the fire.
They show up on the scene.
Let's see. There was a call that arrived at the scene with the same lady they've been dealing with the past couple of days. But this time she was at the house that the detective suggested she go to, what this looks like to me. I don't know whether she did or the resident.
Okay, so there's nothing indicating Ms. Johnson called.
No, somebody called. They were called, but I don't know who called.
Just clear things up on that.
Sir.
On A5, the report of the Soda Can incident happening on June 6th. That occurred on June 6th. Could have been a different day.
I will have to go back to the police report and check. I'm sorry, it was on the 9th, according to the police report, on 6/9/2021 at 18:41.
A4, on May 19th, she stated items in her residence had been moved. Is that saying that it was reported on May 19th, or these things happened on May 19th? Or is there a date we know of that's different? Or do we just think they just happened, so?
I'll have to look in the police report because these records did come from the police.
I'm sorry, where are y'all in this? 84. Yeah, obviously.
This says, while speaking with Johnson, she advised that she had contacted the sheriff's office approximately 2 weeks ago due to someone breaking into her house. She said she hadn't heard back from the detective. She asked about the incident. She said Johnson advised that she had been poisoned with arsenic, which was confirmed by her doctor. Johnson advised that someone's put poison in her water bottle that she kept beside the bed. Johnson then went on to say she noticed items moved around her house. So that narrative came from 6/9/2021, and it says it was about 3 weeks ago.
Okay, we don't know when these things happen.
So it happened about 3 weeks back from 6/9, roughly.
According to this.
According to the police record.
Okay, 87. I guess 86 included it's what it is here for car. 87 in Officer Kenny's statement or the phone call was to earlier today, he stated that he found $2,800 that were scattered all over the car.
That's correct.
And
I think actually he said it was under the seat, or it was in the car. He found $28 $100 bills in the car. And asked for
on allegations, he said he found it under the seat. On the phone call, is that what he testified to?
I believe in the phone call he said he found it in the car, scattered around the car.
Okay, thank you.
And asked her what it was, and she said she.
And that was alarming that he actually had money scattered all over the car.
He wasn't. Yes, he was alarmed about that.
And you were alarmed as well, right?
I was alarmed that there was $2,800 in her car that she did not know where it came from.
Okay.
And I think my alarm may have been conclusive of everything that was going on. At the board, when we get information in, we do have to kind of take it all in together and look at what's here, make a determination at that time. Like I said, our job is to protect the public.
Okay, so on June 16th again, it stated that she called the fire department. Is there any record that she called the fire department?
There is a fire department record that stated on June 16th.
But as far as the call, I'm not disputing that the fire department showed up, just.
Actually, this says the company received a phone call around 9:20. Caller stated she was the manager of Dollar General on Holiday Island. Said she and the owner of the pharmacy in the same building were having symptoms every time they get close to the doors of the workplace.
On A10, the first bullet, she stated that she was poisoned at a restaurant in Conway. Is there anything in the record to indicate that she was poisoned at a restaurant in Conway?
I believe that also came from the police record.
Could have been from a restaurant somewhere else.
It could have been. Well, I've read it, but I'm trying to find it again because I don't have it actually. It's just multi-title statement.
On page 14. Page 3 of the Carroll County Sheriff's Office incident report.
I'm gonna something really short. Thank you. Yeah, I have numbers. She advised the first time she was poisoned was in Conway, Arkansas, at a Mexican restaurant. Johnson advised that she was eating cheese dip and her mouth began to burn immediately. Johnson advised that she did not seek medical attention, but she did notify poison control.
So that's just his statement of what happened.
That's the statement from the sheriff, that it was a Conway restaurant.
Okay.
Thank you.
The locks being changed 3 times since June 6th. You know, 3 incidents where locks were changed.
I do know that Ms. Johnson did state that she had changed her locks numerous times. I don't know in here where it will say 3 times.
Thank you. In your testimony, you stated that the pharmacy, Mr. Johnson posted the pharmacy on the 16th, and then her partner opened it after that.
Yes.
When did he open it after that? Was it that day?
I do not believe it was that day. I don't remember the exact date he opened. I know that he's been running the pharmacy since then.
But nobody went immediately to the pharmacy that day?
No.
What about the following day?
I believe the pharmacy was closed for a couple of days. Actually.
Okay, so nobody went to the pharmacy, but it did open up.
It did open up subsequently.
And they had no trouble with that time?
That's good.
Okay. Arsenic, you kind of got lost in the arsenic testimony, and I believe you said at one point that it did not show up high from Dr. Bolton.
I did misspeak. It did show up at 47.7, and there is a note at the bottom that does talk about the fact that it could be that when there's a level that's high, it could be due to low arsenic poisoning or a low level in the system. I'm not an arsenic expert, so I can't tell you that for sure.
Understand that. But it did flag it as being high.
It did flag on that report as being high.
Okay. The order that Ms. Johnson signed, that's come up.
The agreed order.
The agreed order, yes. What kind of evaluation was it requiring?
The Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy requires when we feel that someone is maybe unsafe to practice, if they're either a detriment to themselves or to the public, we normally ask them to sign an agreed order that they won't practice until they've had a board-approved evaluation. The board-approved evaluation, which Ms. Johnson was told, Dr. Johnson was told would be a 3-day evaluation, is what we require.
And it brought a board-approved evaluation or a board-approved facility?
It was a board-approved facility with the type of evaluation that the board has. And when I spoke to her on the telephone, I did tell her it had to be a 3-day evaluation.
When was this?
I don't know the exact date. I believe Mr. Daniel was there with me because we were called by Palmetto. We were actually involved in something, and when they called them back, they said that Ms. Johnson had told, Dr. Johnson had told them that a 1-day evaluation had been approved by the board.
Okay. Y'all record your phone calls?
We don't record them. We do give recordings of them sometimes.
Okay, there's no recording of each other.
Off the top of my head, I don't know that.
Okay. But the order she signed does not state that she's required to do a 3-day evaluation.
It does not state that she's not required to do a 3-day evaluation.
What is her obligation? She's agreed to an evaluation of a board-approved facility.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, got through that. Oh, one more thing. When she went to Palmetto, I believe you stated that she was there for an hour and a half, or
according to the Palmetto documents. I think Mr. Daniel asked how long it was there, and this says that the time with the patient on 7/21 with Michael McCormick was an hour and a half.
So it's one person she
That was for him, she's been an hour.
not the whole.
The entire evaluation was. Does not give me a discharge time.
All right, so I believe you testified you talked to Ms. Johnson many times. Did you ever ask her about these allegations? Get her side of the story.
When I called Amy the first time, I asked her what was going on, that we were concerned, that I'd known her a very long time, and I have, and that I was concerned about the things that I was hearing, and that the sheriff had contacted me and had expressed concerns about her safety and the safety of the public.
But you didn't ask her about any of the allegations?
We actually we hadn't even built the case, and we just started on it.
You just said there's concerns out there, did go into specifics, no chance of her responding.
I asked her what was going on, and she told me that she felt like either her ex-husband or her partner was trying to kill her.
Is that phone call recorded?
It is not.
It's not, okay. All right, let's see.
And I say it's not. I believe everything that we have recorded, Mr. Daniel has, so that might be a question for you.
One of the exhibits, I'm not sure which letter it's going to be, but it's inside of Miss Johnson's car. Look at that copy of that. Detective or Officer Kennedy went to meet with Miss Johnson about the can in the car. Yeah. So if you think about exploding can in a car, would you expect to find, I mean, he testified there was sticky, or in the statement he said there was sticky residue on the passenger seat, on the driver's seat, on the roof.
His statement said that.
His statement said that. Do you see any sticky residue in those locations?
I can't actually see the car itself. I see the can exploded. I see some stuff in the console. There's some specs here. I don't know if that's, I don't know what that is.
Okay, but if you think the can exploded, it's going to explode.
It should be everywhere.
You would think there would be soda everywhere. I mean, so
that's correct.
I mean, I don't know. Could you explain the soda not being right there in the console, right next to it, other than there?
I didn't see the actual thing, so I can't explain it.
Okay.
It was not there.
Okay. So when your call with Officer Kennedy, or on your call with Amy on the 16th, we listened to earlier, Amy saying the police and the fire department were mad at her. And similar, so did that raise a red flag to you that Amy's telling you the police department is mad at her, and the following day you get a call? Police department filing a complaint?
I took that they were mad at her because she was on the telephone and not addressing the situation at that time.
Okay. So red flag?
She was visibly she was obviously upset on the phone that they were upset with her. I don't know that they were mad at her overall. I just know that based on the conversation with her, she said they were mad.
No red flags.
I mean, we had so many red flags already that all of it together was a big red flag.
Okay. Is calling you the day after her saying mad was a red flag?
So
her calling you, or him calling you the day after Amy said he was mad?
No, I feel like he was taking that as his job to call and notify the board of what he
No
felt
red
like was
flag.
going on.
Okay.
Not by, are you speaking about Amy or about the police officer?
Did you have any red flags about the police officer calling the day after?
I had numerous red flags regarding the conversation we had when he called.
Police officer?
No, about Dr. Johnson.
Okay.
And I told her that when I called her that I was concerned.
Hmm. So, well, there's no claims of drug abuse. So I'll just know that. In the Officer Kennedy's call, he claims that breaking into the pharmacy is one of the issues, and creating hazmat incidents at the pharmacy. The hazmat incident at the pharmacy was that the toilet bowl cleaner?
That is the toilet bowl cleaner, is my understanding.
That was what he determined it was toilet bowl cleaner.
He basically said that he could not, that they had, I think in his report he says this also, they had determined that she had put the toilet bowl cleaner in the toilet.
That was a hazmat.
And that was what she was smelling, was that chemical from the toilet. But when you use one of those, it does emit an odor.
But he was saying there's a hazmat incident at the pharmacy.
There was a
I assume
hazmat
that
incident
would be a market
reported,
here
there
in
was
this
one
market.
reported at the pharmacy.
What?
There was one reported at the pharmacy, yes.
But he said she was creating a hazmat incident, I believe, on the call.
Yes.
Okay. And then really just told off on your what he determined.
Yes.
So when Amy was interviewed by Officer Kennedy, he says he interviewed her on the afternoon of 16. Was she a suspect in an investigation at that time into who created the hazmat / putting toilet bowl cleaner in the toilet bowl?
I can't tell you what his train of thought was.
Okay. In Exhibit H, we had the Holly Island Fire Department on the night of the morning of the 17th when they went out. And on the final page of that, it lists Amy Johnson's name. So that's where it is in the packet.
Exhibit 7?
H.
Oh, H, I'm sorry, I thought you said 8.
It's probably it's in the also. It's the one that's got the red letter from them, so it's on page 7 spawn, right? Page 3 of 3. It's 4 pages.
I got it.
Last.
Okay. From the one from the Carroll County Sheriff's Office.
Yes. Yes, correct. Yes. How is she listed on there?
I see where she's listed as people involved.
Page 3 of 3.
The board will stipulate that she's listed as a suspect. I see it written on the report.
I don't see that on here.
She is listed by the Carroll County Sheriff Department as
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I apologize. It's over to, I see.
a toilet bowl cleaner.
And like I said, I've never seen this, so I didn't know where to look. Sorry.
Thank you, that's all.
Can you redirect, Mr. Daniel?
Just briefly. We're looking at, I want to go back to his exhibit, and I believe it's H, where the copy of the soda can. It's the first picture of the soda can where it's a close-up. Do you see that, Dr. McCready?
I do.
And does the top of that soda can look bulged out to you?
It appears to have an angle at it, yes.
Okay, thank you. And just a quick question. The board has a longstanding policy for a multi-day evaluation at its treatment centers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you testified that you told her that it would need to be an inpatient multi-day evaluation.
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from the board for this witness? All right. Some recross?
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
So was there any communication with Palmetto, or when did the board of pharmacy find out that Amy had continued to contact?
Palmetto called the board during the day that she was there. We did not get the call until after she left. And they asked us, they were calling to ask if we had approved the one-day evaluation. I said we had not approved the one-day evaluation, but I had told them.
And y'all's recommendation was one day evaluation, and they obliged to put that.
Our recommendation
Based
is
on what you
never a
told me.
one-day evaluation, it's always a two-day evaluation.
So reason they didn't provide a diagnosis is because they were told by you guys not to do so.
I didn't tell them not to do it.
It wasn't recommended, y'all didn't recommend it.
When they called and asked what we recommended, I told them that the board always recommends a three-day evaluation, just like every person we've ever sat down with.
Okay.
Any redirect in light of that, Mr. Daniel?
Just one quick question. Palmetto is one of the 4 centers the board uses, correct?
Yes, it is.
And they are aware that the board requires a 3-day evaluation, so that's probably why they called and asked you that.
That is correct.
To your knowledge, has the board ever sent somebody down there for a 1-day outpatient evaluation?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Questions from the board in light of that? All right, then Mr. Daniel, call your second.
The state has nothing further.
Very good. Mr. Mosby, call your first.
I call Morgan Muma.
I'm here.
Okay, Ms. Newell, would you raise your hand so I know which one to see?
Yeah.
Okay, great. And you were sworn earlier?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Proceed.
Ms. Muma, did you go to the pharmacy on June the 15th? If so, what were the circumstances of that visit?
Yes. My husband and I have been friends with Amy for about a year, and she's been, of course, our pharmacist. And she called me on that day and said that there were some issues going on down there at the pharmacy, and she was kind of distraught and asking for help. So, of course, we came down there to see what was going on. When we got down there, she was sitting outside of the building, and I think one of the workers was there as well, and a friend. And she was at that time trying to get a hold of the sheriff's department. And she explained when she hung up that there was something going on in the pharmacy, that some kind of a toxic smell. And she invited us in to take a look. My husband has a background in chemical and biological warfare in the military, so we thought maybe we could help out. So when we went in there, I noticed immediately my throat got very scratchy, and I have sensitivity to things. That was the first time I ever felt that going in there. And I was starting to have a little bit of a hard time breathing. My husband, not so much. But as we went toward the back, she led us toward the bathroom in the back of the office there. And in my case, I felt very, I don't know the word, scratching, congested, and not feeling very well, just slightly dizzy. And I thought that was odd. And so my husband thought he smelled something and didn't have any symptoms. So we walked back outside, and I noticed that I was feeling a little better after a few minutes. So I kind of agreed with her that there was something going on there, but I didn't know what. After a time, I don't know whether she called them or not, but the fire trucks did arrive, and they put on their suits and they went inside to check it out. And at one point, one of the men came out, and I asked him point blank, I said, "So is there something in there or not?" And he looked at me and he says, "Oh, yes." I asked him what it was, but he was off doing something else. And so they came and brought a fan and set it right at the front door there, because I guess they were worried about fumes, and they told us all to move away. And let's see, at one point I remember I accidentally stood in front of the fan for a little while. I was talking to someone and I started feeling bad again, and they actually came over and moved me away from it. So I remember the EMS also came after a little while and had everybody checked out. I know they were checking Amy out in the ambulance, and I don't know what the status of that was, but we were all checked, and I told them I was feeling better, so they just let me go. So that was pretty much it.
What did you think of Amy's condition? How was Amy acting that night? What was her condition?
She was coherent, but she was upset. She looked more scared than anything. She didn't know what was going on. And like I said, I did feel the effects of something in the air. I don't know what it was. And the fireman did tell me there was something going on, but he didn't say what. But I've known Amy now for a year or so, and the claims of mental health issues are kind of odd to me because I've never seen anything that would give me that feeling. And I was a counselor for many years and worked at Charter Hospital. So, and I was used to dealing with people who were paranoid and had schizophrenia, and schizophrenia is not something you develop in your 40s. So I thought that was kind of odd.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Okay.
Daniel Cross?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Did you make a statement to the police or to the fire department?
Not a formal statement, no.
Okay. Don't you think under the circumstances that would have been, I mean, good to let them know how you and your husband both felt?
Well, they did ask. They had the EMS there and they were checking everybody out. And I made the statement to the EMS that I was feeling some health effects from whatever was in there.
But did you tell that to the fire department since they were the ones going in and checking it out?
I did tell them that, yes.
Okay,
I don't know if they put it down.
Okay. Did you tell, were the police there that day?
Well, the sheriff finally showed up and he was talking to someone else. I didn't see him doing anything other than talking to one person, but I didn't get a chance to talk to him.
So you didn't tell him what you or your husband observed or felt?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from the board members for this witness? Go ahead, Dr. Price.
Did you smell anything, or is it just when you went in, it just kind of hurt your throat? Did you smell anything at all?
I don't remember smelling anything. I just remember it felt like I was breathing in something that was not good. It was like, it made my throat scratchy and my lungs tend to tighten up when I smell something that's irritating. And that was what I saw.
People that were there had the same complaint?
My husband had a slight feeling of that, not as much as I did. And another friend of Amy's that was there said she could tell there was something in the air.
And how many people were there?
When I got there, there was Amy and her coworker and a friend of hers, and then me and my husband.
So about 6 people?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions from any board member? Any other questions from council on live app?
No.
Very good. Mr. Mosby, call your second witness, please.
Amy Johnson?
Go ahead.
Amy, how did you end up in a pharmacy in Holiday Island?
Jeff Price and I bought the files from the Fred's Pharmacy up there that closed down and opened it back in November of 19.
And how far is this from your house where you live?
Approximately 3 hours.
So what were your plans in opening up a pharmacy 3 hours from where you live?
Eventually, I wanted to move up there, but in the short term, we were working it together and with the hopes of getting someone hired to work there.
So you and Jeff supposed to be working this together?
Yes.
And what happened when the pandemic came around?
When the pandemic started, not long after that, Jeff pretty much bailed on me. And didn't work. I ended up hiring a pharmacist for a short period of time, and they were able to find a job closer to home. The staffing during the pandemic, there hasn't been a lot of extra people. It's very hard to find staffing here.
So you're basically managing a pharmacy on your own with occasional help?
Yes. Basically totally alone from October on until Jeff started working again. My daughter was a senior and she played softball, so he came back and worked a little bit from February through May to allow me to have some senior times with her.
So you're driving back and forth, or how are you handling that?
I was staying up there at first when it was he and I working. I was up there 2 or 3 nights and was in a motel. When it was me working up there 5 days a week, I basically was in the motel for 5 days. try to find a place to rent or stay. It's very difficult as far as to find somewhere up there. I wasn't able to find a place until March of this year.
And as far as working with Jeff, did you ask for a statement from Dana, which is working with Exhibit A?
Yes, I asked for a statement from both Mary Jane and Dana. I did not get one from Mary Jane, but Dana did provide one, and just asked both of them to provide any relevant issues of working the last few months up into current.
So what was it like with the pharmacy when the vaccine came available?
From January, when the vaccines was available, it was the community all wanted the vaccine now. Everybody, we're in a retirement community, so most everybody was eligible when the vaccines actually started coming out. The pharmacy was getting 100 a week, so it was me alone with out of tech. The girl was a new person that started and was putting an application and starting, so it was only me alone. It was crazy.
Pretty stressful work environment.
Yes.
So, was anybody get angry or upset about the vaccines and availability?
The community was very upset that they were eligible as far as with age to have the vaccine, but they were not called for getting it, and that it was there wasn't enough vaccine for all eligible people. It was just due to the shortage of the vaccine. So it was a lot of upset customers within the community.
Did you ever get out of your hotel room? Did you ever find an apartment?
March of 21, I moved into the apartment.
And did you have any strange occurrences at that apartment?
Yes. Well, when I moved into the apartment, first then we found that there was a water leak. So when the polar vortex, the cold weather occurred, the apartment was empty and did not realize until I moved in there was actually a water leak. So it started off having issues of a water leak and needing to have repairs. So there were people in and out of the apartment. So the first incident that I had was the 1st of April, where a fake flower was put perfectly in between, placed in between two lavender bushes out in the flower pit. After that, a advertising magnet was placed on my back door.
Were you concerned somebody didn't intentionally place there? It was like a stalker or something like that. Have you had anything like that in your past?
Yes, I have. I went through a divorce that was not.
You believe something was put on your phone at that time?
Yes.
So we got the flower bed. Were there any other occurrences with the apartment, any other occurrences at the house with people hearing?
I constantly was coming to the apartment and finding that somebody had been there in a day. The landlord, it was always somebody coming or him coming to check because of the leak to get it worked on. He did not notify me prior to. Being a single female, it's very creepy coming in knowing somebody's been in your apartment before and you had no idea. I asked to be notified and he never did notify me.
So what did you have your, so was there ever an incident where you contacted your landlord about this issue and take action?
On May the 17th, I came in after work. It was about 7:30, and when I arrived, I had no idea that there was going to be any work done. So when I came in, you could tell that the painter had painted the ceiling where the leak had been. But I had things that was taken out of my cabinets, that were placed on the stove and on the cabinets everywhere. Things within my cabinets were all put in different places. Things that were in the drawer were in the cabinet. Items were on both sides of the sink. So my neighbor came in because I asked her, had anybody been there? She told me they had been doing work earlier. I called the landlord in front of her and asked him, because painting the ceiling would not have caused any items in my kitchen to be moved around. And he could not give me any reason as to why things, all he would tell me is that the gentleman that was there wouldn't do it. And I told him that I was going to contact the police because somebody had obviously been in my kitchen trespassing and moving things around.
And you did call the police?
I called the police, yes.
Did you get a response from the police?
When I called actually called the sheriff, the jail first, the jail transferred me to the dispatch. The dispatch told me that Aaron Ingalls was off duty and that he was the policeman for Holiday Island, and that he would be back on duty the following day. And I asked to file a report that night and for him to contact me the next day, and left my address, my name, my address, and my cell phone number. I waited until 8:30 the next morning for him to contact me, and he never did. And my neighbor was there all day. She was injured, and so she was off work. And kind of keep an eye out for him to come by, because I assumed that he was going to show up at the residence. And she never saw him show up at all. I spoke to him on June the 10th for the first time after I called him after speaking with Officer Kennedy on the 9th to report the incident from the 17th that he had never shown up. He came to the pharmacy about 4:30 and brought me an email from the dispatch stating that I had not given my cell phone number and that I had only provided the phone number of 870. And I did not have anything with area code 870. And I asked him why he did not show up at the residence if he didn't have the correct cell phone number, and he couldn't give an answer to that. He said that they were trying to find the right Amy Johnson, but they couldn't find any Amy Johnson in the area except an Amy Johnson that was located in Missouri, and that they had contacted her and that she wasn't the one. And I asked, but you know me, so why didn't you think of me, or why didn't you go to the resident? So he left a incident report to be filled out on June 10th.
And the email or whatever document he shows you, it had the correct address for you.
As far as I know, yes.
So you call the police, nobody comes out, did you ask your landlord to do anything after that, or what was your relationship?
I asked the landlord to change the locks because I was concerned at that point that somebody previously who had lived there still had a key and was coming in and messing. And so on the 19th, we changed the locks so that John Howard, the landlord, and I was the only two people that had the keys, and asked him to have me notified so that I could be there when he had anyone in there working, or if he would be there while anyone was working. Again, I was never notified. I still came back to find that people were in there. No idea if he was there. I was never given the opportunity to be there.
So I'm going to jump off the apartment, just kind of keep this timeline going. The weekend of 5/22, was there an incident with Cheetah? Where did Cheetah come from? Can you explain what that is?
Yes, Mary Jane Ross, the technician, went and got lunch for us late on Friday. We had a late lunch about 3 o'clock, and we got food from the Mexican restaurant there at Holiday Island from the El Mariachi. And it was busy, barely ate, took the leftovers home to Conway from the weekend. And I had leftovers from that lunch over the weekend, and it created my mouth to burn and my throat to swell.
So the cheese dip came from Holiday Island, restaurant Holiday Island.
Yes.
Yes. So back to the apartment, what was the next event you remember? We were at 522, so going forward from there, what was the next? You changed the locks now, so we're secure, what's going on with the apartment?
So I come back in after we changed the locks to find a knife put on my kitchen cabinet that was laying out, that wasn't there when I left. And the chair pulled out from the table. Again, the landlord and I were the only two people who had the keys. On the 27th, my daughter and I came in after working at the pharmacy to find the back door unlocked and 3 windows in an upstairs bedroom unlocked. And so I called the landlord again and asked, and I was very frustrated, why am I coming into an apartment that my back door was unlocked after knowing I'm having all these issues? And he said he was in there checking the air conditioner. He had to, he wanted to look at the air conditioning before we had somebody, pay somebody to come fix it. And he accidentally left the door unlocked. And I told him that that was unacceptable, especially with everything that I had going on. And I asked him about the windows being unlocked and him having a ladder out back from the apartment. He did not do anything with the unlocking windows, but the windows were locked. I did not unlock them, and he had a ladder that was placed right behind the apartment that had been there for a couple of weeks, even after work had been done as far as to take some metal off the gutters.
So at this point, you pretty much have some pretty firm conversation with the landlord that you want him to let you know, get involved when it comes to the apartment.
Yes, and I actually secured the windows to where they could not even be raised at that point.
Yeah. Did you ask to be present anytime he comes in?
Yes, from that point forward, I wanted to be there, not just school, because he wasn't letting me have.
Did he honor your wishes?
No, he did not. On Monday, on June the 1st, he sent me a text and did not give me the opportunity to be there at all, but they were coming in to fix the air conditioning. But they were going to fix the air conditioning and they had it left off. So when I came in June the 1st, I turned on the air conditioning. Air conditioning had not worked for several weeks.
How are you feeling about this time? That's a cheese dip irritated you or associated irritations with cheese dip. How are you feeling?
I have progressively gotten worse. I wasn't feeling well, but after, I guess I woke up the morning of June the 2nd, feeling sick.
After somebody went in your apartment.
Again. In the middle of the night, I had woke up thirsty, so I had a bottle of water that had been opened previously that was sitting by the bed, and I grabbed it and took a drink of water, and I knew the water tasted funny. So when I woke up June 2nd, I woke up feeling really bad. I was feeling sick to my stomach, my voice, I was hoarse, my throat hurt. I was kind of nauseated.
So did you seek medical help for this?
Yes, I went to work and then ended up going to the doctor later on that afternoon because I felt so bad.
And was this Dr. Bowman?
Yes, Dr. Bowman.
Okay, so how did we get to the point where you're getting tested for hardship with Dr. Bowman?
Of course, after the first time when I had the burning mouth and the swelling of the throat, I Googled the 2 symptoms. And of course, the first thing that Google pops up was poison. I called poison control the morning after and was asking questions about what had popped up on Google. So when it occurred again, I was concerned that something was going on. So I explained everything that was going on in my apartment to my doctor, that what had happened to my mouth. He could see some undescriptive issues in my mouth and throat, but we couldn't tell what it was. So he ran a ton of tests just trying to figure out anything. And we ran a toxin test or heavy metal toxin test trying to just rule out anything.
When did you get the results from that test?
I got the results from that test. June and I actually while sitting waiting on cops to show up with the hand in my car.
So was the arsenic flag high?
Yes.
That alarm you?
Yes, it alarmed me a lot.
Are you an arsenic expert?
No.
Did it flag high?
Yes.
So this is one of the same day that soda can incident happened. And there was a large amount of money found in your car. Where did the money come from? Was it your money?
Yes. Actually, I'm the one who found the money underneath the seat and showed it to the policeman. I did not know it was there. I told him I'm sure there's an explanation. The first thing that popped in my head was that it was one of my kids. My oldest daughter, the weekend before, we had went to the Arkansas Razorback softball game, and it was Memorial Day weekend. And so my two kids and I were out for the weekend, and I had money from that weekend. She knew that it had been underneath my seat since that weekend. I had shoved a bag underneath there that weekend, and apparently it fell out. I did not realize that it fell out, but my daughter knew it was there, and I had money, just cash money from the weekend.
And the soda can, why did the soda can alarm you? Felt you needed to call the police on that?
When I went out to my car after work that day, the first thing that alarmed me before I even saw the soda can is that my car was unlocked. I always lock my car. And especially with everything going on, I had locked everything. So getting to my vehicle and my car being unlocked was my first concern. Then seeing the can without it being all over my car was alarming. I've had Dr. Pepper's or another soda that has exploded in the freezer in different places, and there's soda everywhere. And there was droplets, less than 10 droplets in the entire car.
So what was Officer Kennedy's attitude when he came to talk to you?
He basically treated me as if I was crazy and had already determined that I was crazy and dismissed the fact that I was even alarmed about the soda can or issues that were going on.
This is following you also talking about your incidents at the apartment.
Yes, sir.
What did he say about those?
He wanted to know why I had not called the Carroll County and reported it multiple times. And I told him, I called him the first time and they've yet to respond the first time. So he's the one who told me to contact him again. And I called Aaron Ingles the following day.
You got a cell number, so how much you contact?
Yes.
So how many comes out? With your apartment, was there anything going with your apartment? Anything your apartment after this?
Because of when the air conditioning was changed, we did not tell me about that. I decided to have the locks changed again, so we changed the locks again on June 10th, so that I would be the only one with the key.
So you changed the locks on 5/19/16.
Yes,
You know the time slot for change.
no,
How did Officer Key come arrive at the change 3 times?
I don't know. Other than he assumed that the landlord might have changed it prior to me moving in, but I was never told that.
How are you feeling at this time?
We're progressively getting worse. I'm getting sicker. And it's not good.
When you asked her that question just now, did you mean like today or you mean like during back at this time?
Back at the time.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so, and we have pictures of some of your tongue, and you've got one with a tongue that's got, looks strange, and one that looks like a normal tongue, and then your fingernails that look purple. So, what was going on with your tongue and your fingernails?
After I would eat something, the tongue would have this weird, I would get ulcers in my mouth. Things didn't taste right. Things didn't smell right. I was very sick to my stomach, nauseated, throat hurt, stomach hurt. The fingers was actually on June the 11th, I woke up and looked into the return air vents and found a towel. I was thinking it was from when we had the leak, water leak, but it didn't look like a building or moldy towel. So took it out, smelled it. It didn't have a mildewy or moldy smell, it had an odd odor to it. So after smelling that, I developed a headache and started coughing and had issues as far as with breathing. I ended up going to the emergency room. While I was at the emergency room, I had the bluish purple fingernails. That was while I was at emergency.
That was on June 11th.
Yes.
So that's your first trip to the emergency room. You've been to your doctor, now you're in the emergency room on June 11th. So how are you feeling? Do you make any other trips to emergency rooms?
I went to the emergency room at Baptist Conway about 3:30 in the middle of the night. I woke up with intense stomach cramps. I never had that before. I was afraid that something was going on, and went to have it checked out.
Same as already. Still just sick. And then did you go to work that day? So that was 3:30 morning the 14th. Did you go to pharmacy that day?
Yes, I went to work and I went to the pharmacy as soon as I got out of the emergency room.
So you had no sleep this morning, right? You had very little sleep, and you're feeling so bad that you're going to emergency.
Right.
So walk me through the timeline of all these emergency room visits and where we go. You go to the 15th when we had a call.
So on the 14th we worked, and the technician started complaining about having some symptoms at the pharmacy, and we had had the air conditioning on a few hours, and I was concerned since I had issues and found something at my apartment in the air conditioning, that there might be something at the pharmacy. So I turned the air conditioning off because she started complaining about symptoms. I was already having symptoms, to ensure that she wasn't hurt or anybody else coming into the pharmacy wasn't hurt, to have someone check the air. So after we got off work, I was taking her home. Tracy George and Ron George was at my apartment to bring some pieces of wood they had cut in order that they could be put in the windows so that nobody could open the windows. They were coming to make sure that the attic was secure, that nobody could come from the apartment next door through the attic and the department was safe. When we went into the apartment, there was an odd odor in the apartment, and I would have these belching sounds, stomach pains, headache, and feeling very like just feeling sicker. So I ended up back at the emergency room again Thursday night at Mercy Rogers because of the stomach stomach cramps. I mean, excuse me, the 14th, Monday night. The 15th was Tuesday.
So you were at, how long, you were up there in the middle of the night, all night again?
Yes, we arrived a little bit before 10 o'clock. Sat in the waiting room for 3 hours. We may put it back, and I believe we left there about 5 something in the morning to be discharged. So we were
Very
there.
little of any sleep that night, feeling awful. That takes us to the 15th. So what happened on the 15th?
So I went to the apartment again and had a little bit of sleep and got cleaned up and ready to the bath and used the got ready, went to work. It was not any, we did not run the air conditioning all day long on that Tuesday. So I had both technicians. It was only Mary Jane and I on Monday. Kyle did not work. Kyle worked with us on that Tuesday, and he had some odd behavior where he wasn't as talkative. Normally he's very talkative. A lot of times he would ask questions, just kind of all up in the middle of everything. When he was told to do something, he got very kind of agitated, aggressive. He wasn't very compliant in doing what he was told or handling the customers. So that day, I did sit home about 4 o'clock. I went to the restroom right before that. In the afternoon, there was some odd things as far as things not tasting right. As far as with me, I'm not feeling well at all. And there seemed to be a smell in the bathroom. So I sent him home around 4 o'clock on Tuesday the 15th. I ended up calling a few people just to come check it out and see what was going on. Tracy George, she worked at the hardware store right a few stores down. She's going to come after 6 o'clock when she got off work. Rich Chambers, for him to come by just to see what's going on, to see if there's an issue. I knew I had been having multiple issues that I wanted to have it checked out. He ended up coming by. He smelled something. Didn't know what it was. Tracy ended up coming in after we closed at 6. At that point, she got a spoon and was in the toilet, and that's when it really started smelling bad, and when I started developing a headache. And I called the sheriff's office about 6:30 on the 15th, and again at 7:30 when they didn't show up. At 7:30, they said that they were still tied up and that they didn't have anyone that they could send out, and that's when they called down the fire department to respond.
So they came out and what was?
The fire department arrived. There was 3 people that put on complete 6 option 6 and went in. They did say there was something there. They put a fan in the door, blowing air out. They were kind of back and forth in, didn't know what it was, didn't know if it was just chemicals. It was Tom Winters went, because I said something about something in my car. My car was parked right in front of the door of the pharmacy. And I went and opened up the doors for my car, and all of a sudden I started feeling very sick. My stomach started hurting. I felt really bad, and they ended up putting me in the back of the ambulance. And my blood pressure was high. I was very, I was just sick.
And what was the fire department's recommendation?
They instructed the store manager of Dollar General and I that we were not able to open up until they came the following day and gave us all clear for the building.
Go seek medical help after this.
Mary Jane and I, along with 2 employees of Dollar General, went to Marina Springs hospital that night to be checked out.
So,
Let me ask, how much longer do you think we have to put this on, right?
hopefully, 2 more minutes. Try to move along.
Go ahead.
So on 6/16, that morning, we showed up to work or showed up to work. But still feel pretty bad on this room. They showed up to work, and wait on the fire department to show up, right?
Yes, it's my understanding that they would automatically come to test the air in order to get it all clear to make sure that we could open the following day. When I arrived a little after 8, the store manager was out front, and we sat in front of the pharmacy for a period of time, just waiting for the Holiday Island Fire Department to arrive. It was after 9 o'clock when nobody had arrived, when she and I started contacting someone. Her district manager from Dollar General was very upset that their store was still closed.
So you called, they ended up coming out, and what was that scene like when they did come out?
On the 16th, it was very bad. It was aggressive. It was they were hostile. The police had told me that I was not cooperating with them. I was trying to get the gentleman who delivered our drugs to ensure that he didn't drop our drugs, because they still had not given me the okay to go into the building. And the police wanted to talk to me right then, and I had to go chase him down to make sure that he did not leave him. And there was a lot of hostility towards me, aggression towards me. They were at one point the fireman was saying that he could break down the door because I had called 911, which I had not, because I wouldn't give him the key. I was still having symptoms, and I was concerned about my health. I didn't want to go in, so I was trying to contact the board. He was sitting there saying that he was going to bust down the door and just go in. The police is over there saying that I'm not cooperating, and I'm just trying to make sure that we're doing everything right.
So you're one person trying to make everybody happy, and we can't quite do that.
Yes. In the meantime, trying to divert customers and make sure that the customers that are coming in because they don't understand why the pharmacy is closed, to get them taken care of also.
And at this time, you agreed to, or Officer Austin, he wants to talk to you some more, right?
Yes, and so I go to the Bureau County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Did you realize you were suspect of an investigation at that time?
No, I thought finally I had found someone who was going to help me try to figure out what was going on.
He's acting like he cares, and he gives you his business card, call me anytime.
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Did you send him a whole lot of texts?
Over a few days period, yes.
And was he okay? Did he have a problem with you sending him texts?
He never once told me not to text. He told me to send him anything that might be relevant.
And he works odd shifts, so you don't know what he's going to do. So, okay. So you end up getting a call from Brenda and you do the work consent. Did you realize that when you being signed up for an eval, what you were signing up for at that time?
No, when Brenda called me on the morning of the 18th, I was sick and told her that I was going to the doctor that morning. And I had no idea why I was getting an agreed order. I did not understand anything other than I was needed to have a health evaluation, a mental health evaluation. At that point, it was never discussed that it was a 3-day evaluation.
So you signed it, and you had a list of facilities to call, and you called those facilities. Was there anything that was odd when you started calling those facilities for you?
The first facility I called was to Rayville, Palmetto, and discovered that they were drug addiction recovery facilities. And the lady that I talked to asked me, did I have a current DWI or failed drug test? And I told her no. And she asked me, she said, well, do you need to call your board back to make sure that you got to the right facility? And I said, no, I got to the right facility because there was 4 facilities on the list and you were one of them. They did not understand why I was coming without a failed drug test or some sort of drug issue.
And the options for a 3-day, how did you get a 1-day? Does Palmetto offer a 1-day?
So when I called Palmetto, they, I asked for a mental health evaluation. They asked a 1-day or 3-day inpatient or outpatient. It is my understanding that the 1-day compressed evaluation is due to COVID. I was told that everything that I would do in a 3-day was done in the 1 day, just pushed into a compressed time period.
So how did you go into cover center? What was your feeling of how everything went? You probably felt pretty confident you'll pass the drug screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. You feel like you did okay on the other, you should put through battery tests and questions? So.
Yes, I was there from 8 o'clock to after 6. And my understanding from speaking to the different physicians that there was not a mental health issue, that they were going to have to wait on the reports from the air, blood, and urine test, and they would discuss and then come out with a final evaluation.
Did anybody ask you about 3-day? Did y'all talk about 3-day?
3-day was never mentioned
at all.
I did tell the doctors at Palmetto about the order of notice, and I did not take it with me because they just told me to bring the agreed order of what they were looking for. They did tell me that they would contact the Board of Pharmacy about the allegations and the charges, and even when I talked about that, they did not.
So you showed them the agreed orders you signed for the evaluation?
Yes.
And they took your money and you had evaluation?
Yes.
Okay. Could you read some of the statements from the station center from Palmetto?
Dr. McCormick, page 6. We will gather more collateral data, run our own drug screens to include urine, blood, and hair, and discuss this case in more detail daily, multiple disciplinary treatment team meetings. We will finalize diagnosis and recommendations after staffing. Revisions of DSM-5 criteria may be appropriate after further information is gathered and test results are returned.
Just so he said, you know, they were going to wrap it up, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just a highlight.
Dr. West, page 14. Amy tells that police officers suspect that she might have a paranoid schizophrenia, but this would be unusual with a first presentation at age 50, psychotic behavior. First presenting in middle age is more likely due to a medical explanation, tumor, trauma, or encephalitis, or to influence of a drug or a toxin than an underlying psychotic disorder. I again note that it would be unusual to have a first psychotic break at Amy's age. Ingestion of chemicals or drugs with psychotropic effects is another possibility, but Amy strongly denies use of any illegal drugs and only occasionally uses alcohol, 1 or 2 drinks 4 times a year. We will gather collateral data, awaiting laboratory data, await further information from Arkansas Pharmacy Board, and discuss this case in detail in daily treatment team meetings and finalize diagnosis and recommendations after staff.
No indication that they're going to require to at that time.
Yes.
And there's no, they're basically just waiting on the.
Yes. Dr. Wade, page 22. It would be rare for someone her age to experience either a manic episode with psychotic features or a psychotic episode. Final recommendations will be made after the multidisciplinary team has reviewed and considered all of the relevant data.
Thank you.
It's a PDF there. It's at 13.
You have to go back to the main meeting.
Sorry. I kept it about 10 minutes. I believe they're up.
Thank you, sir. And this time I think the board will break for lunch, go off the record, and we will be back at, we want to say, 1:45. You know, minutes.
Do we need that?
Do we need that long?
1:30.
All right, we'll be back at 1:30.
Can you do that right here?
So board members, we will see you back at 1:30. Miss Carol, we'll see you in an hour.
You would have trouble.
Looks like we're just waiting on a couple more board members to join us, maybe. Although information will be on that screen.
That's awesome.
I know about those too.
I've never seen them before.
This will let you guys both start your videos back as well. Looks like we've got everybody back. Kill your microphone for your
It's upside down.
issue on the wall.
Did you notice? And on the side of this.
Luke, can you hear us?
Tip.
I can hear y'all. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Where you seen it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, no. I was- so they're right. Oh, I see it. I see it.
Best part.
That's part. All right, it's possible to go there. All right, we're back on the record in Arkansas State Court, number 2021-65, in the matter of Amy Johnson. Mr. Mosby, you concluded your direct with the witness, and Mr. Daniel, you're up for the cross. And Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Johnson, so this all started, I guess, back in May, is that correct?
April.
April, okay. And it just kind of came on without warning. It just lasted there for, I mean, over a several week period. I mean, up until like the 1st of June, I guess.
It was about 11 weeks total.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir. Over about 11-week period.
11-week period, okay. And so what was the first thing that you noticed? Was it at your house, at the pharmacy? What started all of it?
It first started just with the repairs, not anything other than somebody just coming in and out of my apartment. Not anything bad or even alarming or concerning.
Okay, and so at this point when that started, you believe it was your landlord? Well, I mean, your landlord was coming in, I mean, based on your testimony, but you believe it was him that was started to do whatever was being tampered with in your apartment?
No, sir. Nothing started to be tampered with.
I thought you thought there was, while you were having those repairs, that there was, you believe somebody had tampered with a water bottle that was by your bed and had moved some stuff around in your apartment. Was that not while the landlord was coming in and out?
The first thing that happened was outside my apartment. So the first things that happened for about the first month or so was totally outside the apartment.
Okay.
Before anything occurred inside the apartment. The
Okay,
water
when
bottle on June the 2nd.
Okay, so when the stuff occurred in your apartment, was that at the time that you were having issues with your landlord coming in and out?
Repairs happened as far as in the apartment from March through June.
Okay, so while the repairs were going on, that was when you noticed stuff in your apartment had been tampered with, your water bottle, stuff moved around, et cetera.
The water bottle had an odd taste on June the 2nd, and yes, that was the day after that he was in there to fix the air conditioner.
Okay, so do you believe that it was your landlord at that time, or do you think it was somebody else?
No, at that time, I did not accuse anybody. I tried to have the locks changed because I thought it could have been previously somebody with a key that had lived there.
Okay, and how many times did you have your locks changed?
I had my locks changed on May the 19th, and I had my locks changed again on June the 10th.
And did you notice anything tampered with in your apartment after you had the locks changed the first time?
Yes, sir, things moved around after the first time.
Okay. And did you notice anything tampered with in your apartment after you had them changed the second time?
The only thing that I knew that happened after the second time was that I found a towel in the air conditioning return bin, and I have no idea when that was put there.
Okay, but that was in your apartment.
That was in my apartment.
And you mentioned something about something being put on your phone. So what was that about? Like there was actually a substance on it, or what was that?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you're asking.
No, I said you had mentioned something about your phone being tampered with. So did somebody put a substance on it, or what did you believe had happened to your phone?
I wasn't sure at all what happened to it. Previously to this incident, I had my phone hacked as far as going through a divorce. So that was one of the things that I was curious, and I made a lot of speculations trying to find the answer to a lot of different things. My phone was extremely hot. And there was
so it wouldn't, so it wasn't that somebody put like a substance on it. You thought it might have been like somebody might have gotten into it.
I didn't know what it was, but yes, sir. I mean, a hacking.
You just suspected it.
Yes, sir.
And so we had, so I'm just trying to get a reference of everything that happened. So what were all the issues in your apartment? You had the water bottle that you believed was poisoned. Then you had that towel you found in the vent and stuff that was moved around. Was there anything else just concerning your apartment?
Just the things that happened previously before the weird flower that started it, and the advertising magnet was put on my back door. It was just like the subtle movements of things and just somebody being in there prior.
Okay, and your apartment was, I mean, you never left your apartment without locking it?
No, sir.
Okay. And your car, this, the incident with the soda can, that was at the pharmacy when you noticed that in the parking lot?
I had been at work all day long and was leaving the pharmacy when I noticed that the car was unlocked.
Okay, so you left your car locked and you came back and it was unlocked and there was that soda can in there with the top off?
Yes, sir.
Yep. And the pharmacy, I'm assuming it was never left unlocked?
No, sir.
Okay, so anytime you walked into the pharmacy, were you usually the first one there?
Yes, sir. When I worked, yes, sir.
So you opened up, went in, and anytime that you found anything in the pharmacy, that pharmacy had been locked overnight?
I do not know of a time when the pharmacy was not locked.
Okay, thank you. So what did you think people, when you had all these funny tastes, funny smells, the way you felt, did you think that it was drugs or poison? What did you think it was? Or did you even think that it was something specific?
I tried to rule out everything. Of course, when I Googled the symptoms the very first time, that's when the poison came up. I've been to the doctor to check on for multiple things. We've done for stomach issues to rule out different tests. I mean, I've had a lot of different labs ran. I've had COVID tests, the antibodies ran. When I went to the doctor to try to ask him, could it be female issues as far as hormones or something, he So that was highly unlikely, and that's when he wanted to run the COVID test, the antibody test.
Okay, so and let's back up to the Mexican restaurant. So y'all were at work and you went to get somebody went to get takeout and brought it back to the pharmacy?
My technician,
Okay, and so they brought it back, and like how many people were at work that day? Just you and your technician?
yes, just the two of us.
Okay, and then you took your leftovers home?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so when did you notice something funny tasted? I believe it was the cheese dip. Was that when you were eating at the pharmacy the first time, or was that after you got home?
The Sunday of that weekend,
Okay, so what day did y'all order food?
Friday.
Okay, and so I guess you just had it in your refrigerator and noticed it Sunday?
Yes, sir.
Did you work Saturday?
No, sir.
So were you home that entire time from Friday to you ate Sunday?
Conway on Friday night.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir. I drove back to Conway on Friday night.
And so you didn't leave your apartment until Sunday when you ate that cheese dip again?
No, sir. I left Saturday.
Okay, yeah, that's what I asked. So you weren't there the entire time. You weren't there from when you got home Friday until you ate on Sunday?
Yeah, I did leave home.
Okay. And saw you were talking about your fingers earlier. When did you notice that blue tint or whatever you called it that was on your fingers?
I noticed the fingernails before I was discharged and asked the nurse about it because I was very surprised that I was discharged feeling like I was at Mercy.
So so you noticed it the first time you noticed it, you were at the hospital?
That's the only time it's ever happened.
Okay. And was there mention of that in your medical records? Did they make any notations or try to investigate that?
The nurse said that he had noted it and that my O2 level was at 100%.
Okay.
But what my concern was cyanosis, just because of the lack of oxygen to the extremities.
Okay. And you said also when you were at the pharmacy, your technician had some issues, I guess. I'm sorry, is it a male, female technician that worked for you?
Yes, just where she didn't feel good. She had a headache, things didn't taste right when she ate.
Okay. Did she make any statements to the fire department or to the police department concerning this?
It is my understanding, I did not witness it, that she spoke with the detective, Austin Kennedy.
Okay. And there was some talk about that the police and the fire department seemed to be frustrated or thinking you were uncooperative. Is that what you stated?
Yes, sir, that's what they said.
Okay, so are you saying that they filed these reports because you were uncooperative with them?
I don't know specifically. There were some issues within the community to where before this in February, where the mayor made a slanderous statement. There was a lot of political issues in the community about incorporating and not incorporating, and somehow the mayor made a statement concerning me on a public meeting that I was withholding his COVID vaccine because I was part of the anti or against a corporation in the community, which I did not even vote on.
Okay, so that really didn't answer my question. Do you believe that this was done in retaliation, these reports?
Sorry?
Do you believe these reports were done in retaliation against you?
I don't know. I spoke to Austin Kennedy hoping that I had finally found someone to help me try to figure out what was going on.
Okay, well, there was just a lot of testimony with your attorney earlier, and he asked you a lot of questions concerning how the police thought that you were being uncooperative or that there might have been a motive behind them making these statements towards you. So so what's in those police, what's in that police report? Did you make all those statements to the police?
My first time that I contacted the police, which was on May the 17th, I got no response from them, and even in dispatch, it was not a good experience.
Okay. So, and Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you if you have something else.
I had experience with the police department was on June the 9th. And again, they treated me as if I was crazy and blew off my concerns. And at this point, I told the policeman that I was fearful of my life because I didn't know what was going on and I felt awful. So
Okay.
as a citizen, I have always thought that a person in uniform is there to help you. And I found out that that's not the case.
Okay, so you don't think the police and the fire department helped you?
I think there are some good people, but no, sir, and overall, they did not. They did not respond to my call on May the 17th.
And who did you call on May the 17th? Did you call dispatch or did you call that officer individually?
I called the phone number to Carroll County Jail, and the gentleman who answered the phone transferred it to dispatch. I believe his name on the report is Ron.
Okay, so you don't really know why that call wasn't answered immediately?
Aaron Ingalls works for Holiday Island. He is a Carroll County Sheriff's deputy, but he is under now the mayor, which is Dan Keys, the town, and the HACID, which would be Lawrence Flood, and that's his two bosses as far as for Holiday Island. I have no idea.
Okay, so you don't know why that phone, you talked to dispatch, so you don't know why that officer didn't show up until he did.
I called dispatch.
Okay. Thank you. So, and the officer actually gave you his cell number, correct? The detective?
Austin Kennedy gave me his cell phone number, and he started and asked me questions about anybody and everything and what could or could not possibly. I thought I had finally found somebody who was trying to help me, and he told me to tell him anything. And so, yes, sir, I tried to tell him anything that might pop in my mind, because him as a detective, I thought he had the experience, the knowledge to know, to investigate and to figure out what was going on, because I didn't.
Okay, and there was one night, I guess over a night or a couple of nights, you text him approximately 57 times. Does that sound accurate?
No, sir, that is incorrect.
Okay, so how many times did you text him?
I texted him 4 times, and then I called him when I called 911, and I believe it was 3 other times, and then I texted him that morning. I did not text him 57 times in the middle of the night.
Okay, so why would he put that in his report then?
You'd have to ask him.
Okay, so but you're saying that's not accurate?
No, sir.
Okay. And you stated that one time when you first noticed stuff in your apartment, you thought it was maybe a past resident coming in. I mean, that's just something that popped in your head, like maybe somebody still had a key.
I thought somebody was just playing around when it all started, and it just definitely got more intense.
And then and you had the locks changed, and then again you noticed stuff in your apartment that had been tampered with or moved, whatever the case may be.
Yes.
Okay. And when you went to stay at a friend's house, and you may not know the exact date off the top of your head, but around what time was that? I mean, time of the month, you know?
I stayed with someone the 16th
of June.
The night of the 16th. Yes,
Of
sir,
June.
June the 16th.
And so you just stayed the one night?
Sorry?
You just stayed there one night? Did you just stay at your friend's house? Am I breaking up? Did you just stay at your friend's house one night?
16th.
Okay. And so while you were there at your friend's house, you also noted smells or whatever, you started feeling bad and thought there was something there also?
Only the night of the 16th.
Okay. And what did you think it was? Did it smell like gas? Did it smell like chemicals? What did it? I'm sorry, just what?
Just an odor. Just it's a smell.
But you can't really identify what you think it smelled like?
No, sir, I don't know what it is.
Okay. And besides, and let's go back. So the officer and the fire department, when they went into your, when I guess it was the police that went into your residence, when the fire department went into the pharmacy, what did they notify you that they found?
When I walked out of the apartment, when the detective went in my apartment, he said he didn't smell anything. The neighbor did say she smelled something. But whatever the gas meter that he had, I believe Austin said it was a 5 meter. I don't know what gases it reads, but he didn't find anything.
Okay, and the fire department when they went in the pharmacy, what did they tell you they found?
The fire department never told me that they found anything.
Okay, so they didn't tell you that they found anything or not?
The Holiday Island Fire Department never cleared and told me that they did not find anything.
But y'all were cleared to go back in the pharmacy?
Austin mentioned that he did not find anything before we went to interview the day of the 16th. But no one from the Holiday Island Fire Department ever spoke to me about not finding anything.
Okay, and they actually, the fire department also actually came out to your friend's house that night, is that correct? Along with the police?
The police called the fire department.
Okay, but they came to your friend's house that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and again, they didn't notice anything, or didn't they check the air quality and other things and didn't notice anything? Y'all actually went back into the house?
I do not remember from the report that they actually did a gas meter test that night. They just walked in.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, now that you are feeling much better and kind of out of the situation, do you think that there was a gas causing the problem, or was it sensitivity to smell causing the problem?
The last doctor visit that we went to was the hypersensitive to taste and smell is what we're talking about.
I think you made a lot of other false assumptions at that time that, hey, I think something's going on with the smell that might not, in hindsight.
Yeah,
may have been
yes,
due to
with
something else.
things happening and moving around in the apartment, yes, it makes me maybe wonder if it was poison or whatever. I don't know what it was. I just know that the taste and the smell was different.
But there are some things that are still odd when you scratch your head, kind of like a soda can exploding.
Right.
So.
Right.
So I think there's some things are odd. Some of the stuff you realize that, hey, there's probably no connection there.
Possibly, yes.
So Officer Kennedy's statements and the ones that are reported in his statement he made, do you believe there are factual inaccuracies in that statement?
Yes.
That's all.
Any recross in line of that?
No, sir, thank you.
Any questions from the board, any board member for this witness?
Just now, when you said the last time we've been to the doctor, who's we?
Me? Well, I went to with my doctor, to the doctor with my daughter yesterday to the doctor. So I've been with me to the doctor and with her. So yesterday I went to a physical with my daughter yesterday.
Okay.
We is in me and the doctor is what I was referring to.
Dr. Newsom, go ahead. Be sure to unmute.
Amy, how are you doing today?
I'm good, and you?
Mm-hmm. And so you haven't, when's the last time you had any, what you consider episodes or problems?
I haven't had any problems as far as a long time. I'm still going to the doctor to follow up as far as with the GI. And I have another follow-up with the doctor just to have my mouth followed up. As far as any kind of symptoms or going to the ER, I haven't been back to the ER since I left from there on the 15th.
Okay, and are you still in the same apartment or are you in a different apartment now?
I have not, I've only been back up to that apartment 2 times, and I won't be back in that apartment again.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from you, Dr. Cross?
Did all this start when we moved to Eureka Springs?
Yes, sir.
And, do you have any, I mean, unless you've already voiced it, do you have any other, I mean, what do you think's happening? Is there any, I mean, I don't know if all of these events are connected, or if there's a few events or a few sequences of events that maybe you put together and you think, okay, so this maybe happened, but this other is not part of that, it's just bad luck that happens to be happening at this time. Can you help me there in that?
So with talking with Officer Kennedy, when I thought he was there to help, one of the first things he asked was there a person that had interest in me, somebody that, because of the flower. Being a single female, a lot of times you have interests that you don't want. So of course, that was one of the first things that kind of came up is somebody kind of being creepy, that kind of stalking. There was nobody that I had any sort of issues with, any kind of like problems in the pharmacy. There was nothing, no one person that I can go back and say, that person is mad at me and that person is after me. At all. Still to this day, I don't know. Is some of them coincidental? Possibly. The hypersensitivity to the taste and the smell has been weird. Everything in the news that we talked about is like no taste and smell, but some of the reports that are coming back now without, it's talking about some hypersensitivity.
On the taste, can you describe it at all?
It just doesn't taste right.
So it's not a metallic, like you're chewing on Wrigley spearmint gum.
There has been some metallic at some point, but it's just odd tasting, like salty things taste weird. It's hot things taste odd. It's not one thing.
What about water?
Generally, water doesn't. That's why the water beside my bed that night was so odd. Generally, water is not, because there's no taste to it. So when I had that one drink, that was odd.
And what did it taste like? I'm sorry.
It just had a bad taste, and I can't tell you exactly what, it just tasted odd. But like drinking water now, I have no issues. But do smells still kind of bother me, or am I sensitive? I've always been a little bit sensitive to perfumes and that kind of things, always throughout my life. So if I'm around an odd smell now, it still bothers me. Is it an allergy sometimes to smells? That's where I'm still going to the doctor trying to rule out. That's where the female part of it has come up, and it's kind of like, hey, is the hormones being out of whack causing some of the oddities? And that's where the doctor said, no, it sounds more like COVID. So that's where, it's not like one thing's been blamed. With discussing it to the policeman, I didn't tell the policeman every medical issue. I told him poison. That's what he looks into. So, my doctor's not trying to figure out if I'm poisoned, but I was just trying to look at any and all possibilities and rule out everything.
So, and you probably do, forgive me if I'm saying something you already know, but, with heavy metals, especially in the blood, they're not there all the time. So sometimes you can test for them and they're there, and sometimes you can test for them and they're not there. Now, a lot of it has, they're in the liver or, in the tissue. Sometimes I know in personal experiences that when ladies are going through a certain period in their life, they're leaching bone. And a lot of times the metals are in the bone, because if they have a high load of those metals throughout their life, and then as they are leached out into circulation, there's problems. So there's not very many places around here that I know of, maybe John or somebody can correct me. I know that when I was in Shreveport working at LSU Med Center there, received samples for heavy metal burden from a wide area going over to Texas, Arkansas, that area. So I say all of that to say, you know, looking one time doesn't always give you an idea of what's going on. But I was going to ask do you know, have you been involved with or present with, you know, any renovations to your store or to your apartment or to your home, like removing wallpaper or non-water-based paint or, you know, been around anything like that that might trigger your mind, hey, maybe something
Not
got a hold of
even,
something.
other than the repairs that were going on in the apartment.
But it was happening before then.
Well, before I moved in, yes, I mean, when we turned on the electricity and everything, that's where the pipes, we turned
Because of the people few people that I've seen with this, I mean, it's perfume smells or smells in a store, whatever, just set these people off with this stuff. I'm, you know, I'm never really doesn't appear for the weekend, so I'm kind of working all the hours here. But one last thing is, which, if any of these incidences that happen, do you think are related, and which of these are, in your mind, potentially just something that happened along the way? Is that fair?
the things moving around in my apartment, I can't explain. So I mean, I did wonder, was there somebody in there? Were they playing maliciously or being funny? I don't know. I can't explain. The towel smell that put me in the ER on the 11th. Because I honestly thought I was gonna die that day because I was gasping for air. I couldn't
But they
breathe.
smell like bleach.
It was just,
I mean, you think
it was
somebody's
just a
been
bad
cleaning out the
odor.
air ducts
It wasn't
or something?
bleachy, it was just, all I can tell you is it smelled bad. And it's like it, I mean, I don't have asthma, but that's what I felt like. I mean, I've got a whole new appreciation for patients with asthma because I literally couldn't breathe. So what happened at the pharmacy, I don't know. I know I ended up in the back of the ambulance and I was sick. And I mean, I know that I progressively felt worse. I don't know what was causing me to feel worse. But I know just as in going, you know, I started feeling worse and then I'm feeling better and I'm like, I'm not having any of the issues that I had before. So what happened in a 3-week period of time period where I was kind of having symptoms, I don't know.
You ever had any symptoms like that before?
Never.
In your estimation, what went wrong? What happened?
I don't know. I mean, like I said, the last time that I was at the doctor, I mean, he checked for the COVID antibodies because he said it was more like, I mean, it was more fitting with what was going on with COVID, and I did come back positive, but I didn't have a positive COVID test. So I mean, I can't tell you. I mean, that's why I've continued. I have exhausted the doctor's office and the hospitals trying to get an answer.
Are you still working the store, or are you not going to work in the store anymore? Or were you working it by yourself right up to the end? You did have a tech, right?
Yes, I did.
So your antibody screen was positive?
Yes.
Where did you work before you worked at this pharmacy?
I worked for Fred's. I started working with Fred's back in 98 and worked with them up until 2017, and I guess the end of 2017 for a short period of time. Worked at Newsom's in Strong, Arkansas, about 7 months, and then went back to work with Fred's until they're closed.
Thank you.
Ms. Ford, did you have your hand up? Oh, I'm sorry.
I think
Go
it was
ahead.
Dr. Mack.
Sorry, Dr. Mack. Go right ahead.
I have two questions. One, how do you and your partner get along that own the pharmacy?
He wants out of the business.
Okay. But y'all get along on a daily basis, or?
As far as between Jeff and I, there's, the relationship between Jeff and I are not real good at all right now.
Okay, and then can you tell me, you spoke with Brenda, you signed probably Brenda and John, I would imagine, but you spoke with the board and you signed the agreement to not work and that to go to an approved hospital group. And Brenda specifically told you it had to be a 3-day. Can you explain why you went to a 1-day?
I did not speak with John at all for any of this situation. I spoke with Brenda and I did sign the agreed order. On the agreed order, it didn't state as far as a 3-day or 1-day. I called all 4 different facilities, and each of the 4 facilities had different requirements. One of them had a 4-day. So on the agreed order, it did not state 1-day or 3-day. So my understanding for the 1-day, that was a COVID accommodation for them not to have people coming in and out. And I was told that it was the same exact evaluation as the 3-day.
So how long ago did you get a report from that hospital, Palmetto, that said we can't do a complete workup on her because she was here 1 day instead of 3?
Palmetto never contacted me and told me anything until I requested a subpoena through Luke to get my requested, to get my records, because Palmetto refused to give me incomplete records until I came down for a 3-day. I received my records from Palmetto through Luke.
So when did you read the part about they didn't give you a diagnosis because of 1 day versus 3?
After Luke gave me the paperwork. Actually, an email came back from Courtney at Palmetto, which was why I asked Luke to subpoena my records, because she told me that Palmetto would not give me incomplete records and until I did a 3-day required by the board. And so I asked Luke to subpoena my records from Palmetto, and I received my records from Palmetto through Luke. Palmetto has never contacted me about setting up a 3-day.
But on the call with Brenda, you didn't hear her say you have to go to a 3-day.
I asked Luke, there's emails back and forth between Luke and I about the 1-day versus 3-day, and that the agreed order did not require a 3-day. And Luke told me that I could do it and present it to the board. I did not have a drug or alcohol issue and did not have any idea why I was being sent to a drug and alcohol facility. I was trying to get a mental evaluation.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from any board member that's with us? Dr. Newsom, go right ahead.
Yes, has anybody ever thought of the fact that she could have had a sick apartment? There were certain chemicals that was being remodeled that she reacted to because of her hypersensitivity. And so that recently happened to me in June at our last formal board meeting. I stayed in a hotel room that made me very ill. So that's another possibility, but it's hard to rule out if you have other people coming into the apartment that do not have these sensitivities. It's like I'm sick, but it doesn't bother other people. And that's just something I just like to put out there.
Any other questions for this witness? Pardon me. From any board member? Any questions from council in light of these questions?
I have a few follow-up, please.
All right, Mr. Daniel.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mosby, did you, okay. So this just, I guess, just kind of stopped as suddenly as it started?
No, sir, I progressively got better. I went to the doctor again on the 18th because I didn't feel good.
Okay, and what happened after the 18th? Did you have any more issues with smelling stuff, with thinking that stuff had been tampered with, any of that after the 18th?
I progressively got better and better to where I still have times where I still have hypersensitivity to some smells now, but not to the same degree. And still sometimes things taste odd.
Okay. And the board notified you, I guess you spoke to the board on June 17th, is that correct? When Dr. McCready called you, was that on June 17th?
June 16th, I called Brenda from the parking lot of the pharmacy and we spoke. She called me on the 18th.
Okay, the 18th was that recorded phone call we listened to earlier?
No, sir.
What day was that?
On June 18th is when Brenda called me and I told her I was sick. And she was telling me about the agreed order and I told her that it wasn't mental, that I was sick, that I was on my way to the doctor and that I had to have the agreed order signed and back by noon or an emergency hearing would be set up by 12:30. On the 17th, I didn't speak to anybody. My partner called me and asked me what was going on and he told me that he spoke to the board on the 17th and that he sent me a text saying that he and the board agreed that I didn't need to work any longer or any more the rest of that week and the following week. And
okay,
I agreed to that because I was not feeling well.
Okay, so your partner agreed, your business partner agreed that you should not have been in the pharmacy either?
That's a conversation between the board and him.
You just said that he agreed that you didn't, that he didn't think you should.
Conversation between him and the board and that they agreed that they agreed that I didn't need to. I wasn't in that conversation.
But he told you that he agreed with the board that he did not, that you did not need to work in the pharmacy. It's a yes, I mean, it's a simple yes or no. Did he tell you that?
Yes.
Thank you. So where did you live in Conway? Was it a house, apartment? What was it?
House.
And so also, so you went back to Conway after and took your leftovers from the Mexican restaurant, correct?
Are you referring back to May?
I'm referring to when you ate at the restaurant, the Mexican, y'all got takeout and it made you sick. You said you took that home for the weekend. So you were in Conway when you ate that on Sunday and it just tasted funny and you had weirdness in your mouth.
Yes, I was in Conway.
Okay, so, okay. And you're saying that you were never told by any board staff, regardless, I don't care, regardless of what the agreed order says, were you ever told by any board staff that you had to do a multi-day evaluation?
As far as Brent, I believe you told me by the email that it was that the board always has a 3-day.
So you were aware before you went to Palmetto that the board required a multiple day evaluation?
And you also sent me an email.
It's a yes or no. Were you aware before you went to Palmetto that you would be required to do a multiple day evaluation?
I was told that the board always has a 3-day.
So that's a yes. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Any redirect in light of those questions? No. Follow up from the board in light of those questions? Mr. Mosby, call your next.
No more witnesses.
Very good. Let's do closing statements then, unless we have rebuttal witnesses from the board.
Do not.
All right, go ahead and proceed, Mr. Daniel, closing.
Thank you. This is like we heard, this all started with a report from the police department to the board. The police department called Deputy Director Ben McCready. You heard the phone call, went into very specific detail. You have seen the police report. You've seen the order notice of hearing, very specific. It started with her noticing stuff moved in her residence. She had to change the lock, or I'm sorry, had the locks changed. Still, where there were issues, she believed somebody had poisoned her water bottle. She believed that somebody had tampered with her phone. She even thought that maybe possibly somebody was playing a joke on her at first, but then she got the locks changed and still showed stuff being moved. So we have numerous different places that all this occurred. The food tasted funny from the restaurant. Don't know where that happened. Apparently it happened between eating Friday and when she reacted on Sunday, because she didn't state that she noticed anything Friday. So we're talking about, so that was when she ate the leftovers on Sunday, that was in Conway. All of these other issues are in where she moved up to Northwest or up to North Arkansas when she was working. So you've got issues happening in the pharmacy. You've got issues in her vehicle. And outside, and I know there's been some talk earlier about, well, maybe she's just hypersensitive to smells. That's not this, that's just a section of all of everything that's been presented today. She thought somebody had opened her car and tampered with a Coke and took it out and poured it out. The top of the Coke can was curved, as it would be if it got hot and had it exploded. It was also at the seam. That would be the weakest point if something like that were to happen. There was, as they introduced pictures to show there was no coat or on the areas that they showed. So it's just, this is not just, well, she's oversensitive to smells. She believed that people were either attempting to poison her or were just messing with her of some kind. She states several times that she believed that she was poisoned with arsenic, that she believed people were coming in and out of both residences and either moving stuff around or putting stuff in her food. Even at the friend's house, she said she smelled a strange smell. Okay, I would somewhat maybe believe if this had happened in one place and that's all there was. If they had gone into the pharmacy and there was a weird smell and it was investigated, nothing was found, okay, sure. But we're talking multi-locations, even in 2 different cities that are, 100 miles apart. So this is not something that's just isolated to one building like, oh, she had a smell. This went on for months with numerous locations, numerous accusations. And today she's even said that she did not get help from the police. She did not get help from the fire department. They were not doing their job. They were not there to help her. I've been at the board, I don't know, maybe 4 years. I can remember this being one of 2 times that the board has received a call from law enforcement over an issue that they believe is causing such a degree that we need to know about it. It went to that point that the officer believed that the Board of Pharmacy need to be notified because he believed there was an issue with her continued practice. You can see that report, it's 4 pages. It is very specific. He met with her on several occasions. He responded to phone calls. He responded text messages. He responded to calls for service. I mean, this was a very thorough investigation. This was not just an officer that just blew this off and said, forget it. He put a lot of time and a lot of work into this to try to help her figure out what was going on. The fire department did the same thing. They answered numerous calls. They brought their machines with them, their whatever they used to test for gas and all that stuff. And they did all this. Both these departments put in a lot of time. And she's here today to pretty much just say, well, they weren't doing their job. Maybe they had it out for me, etc. That's not what happened. That is not the case whatsoever. There's a lot of very serious unanswered questions here. It's not just, well, maybe she, like I said earlier, maybe there's just a weird smell or she's hypersensitive. I mean, it was to the point that she believed, and like the officer said, I mean, she probably really believed this when she said it, that she believed that it sounds like that somebody was out to get her. The board I've never known the board to allow a one-day evaluation. She kept saying that and I'm looking at exhibit 4, which is the agreed order. I mean, I don't know how many times that she said, well, it doesn't say I have to have a 3-day evaluation. No, it doesn't. It says the board has agreed to receive an evaluation at a board-approved treatment facility. The board has never allowed less than a multiple day evaluation. She said that she didn't know she had to get it. She didn't know this. Finally, after asking the question numerous ways, she finally said, yes, okay, I was told before I went to Palmetto that I needed a multi-day evaluation because that's what the board requires. It always has required. She knew this going down there. She told them, well, I can just get it all done in a day, etc. She knew that going in. That's all the board has asked her to do. We asked her, all of this information came to the board. Anybody can see how this would be worrisome. You heard Dr. McCready testify there were numerous red flags and all of this. This was a lot put together over a several week period. Like I said, it was not just 1 or 2 instances of, possible contamination in the pharmacy. It was a lot more than that. It was her believing that somebody was out to get her. It was her believing that people were coming into her locked home and doing things to her apartment. It was her believing people were going into her locked car and doing stuff in her car. Not only one home, but 2 homes. She believed that somebody came in 2 of her apartments, her apartment and her house, and tampered with food, tampered with water bottle, tampered with her phone, etc. Looking at the order notice of hearing, which is exhibit 1, the allegations, they're pretty straightforward. They're pretty to the set. I don't know if there is much objection to many of the, he brought up, on A8 where it says she called the fire department. Yes, I think it's been more than stated that it was a neighbor or it was somebody next door. I believe the Dollar General, somebody next door to the pharmacy that called. Okay, so maybe A8, she didn't exactly call. The fire department was called. They got there. I don't know that there's any, these allegations are pretty factual about what was stated by the police, what was stated by her. She disagrees with the, that she texted the police officer 57 times. That's A12. He said that. That's why it's in there. So, she did agree to this order. As to the charges, demonstrate unprofessional conduct. Under the Board of Pharmacy, unprofessional conduct is in 02041 and 02042. And it says in there, a pharmacist's duty means the practicing pharmacist has a general duty to qualify himself, herself by obtaining and maintaining an acceptable level of professional competence and by using such skill and precaution in the preparing of medications, etc. At this point, when this stuff occurred, she was not competent to practice as a pharmacist. There are so many issues here that have not been addressed. There are so many issues that haven't been resolved. And there are so many issues that we really don't know what was happening. We don't know what was happening with her. We don't know what was happening in her head. Based on all of that, and you also have the charges about negligent performance of her duties, that also been met. A gross unprofessional conduct, that has been met. Again, it's the same definition. willfully violated the provisions of the pharmacy law. She was not, the pharmacy law has a lot. It has unprofessional conduct in it. It also has the one about 1792-311-89 demonstrates that she has become physically or mentally incompetent. We still don't know. She went down to Palmetto and there was some discussion about how long she's there. One report, I guess she saw a couple of people. One says an hour, one says she was an hour and a half. It appears at the most she was there maybe talking and actually meeting with people for half a day. There's no way to get into all of that in this time. Palmetto even says that. They say, we recommend to fully assess her or make a diagnosis. We recommend that she go through a more thorough multi-day and comprehensive evaluation. That's all the board has asked her to do. We're not here, I'm not here asking the board to revoke her license, to suspend her license, to just push her aside and forget about her. We're asking for her to do what we've asked her to do. And that's what we're asking the board to order her to do, to go get a multi-day evaluation that goes into mental health. All of these facilities, including Palmetto, have mental health staff there. They have psychiatrists, they have psychologists, they have counselors. They have people that are trained to diagnose and assess mental health issues. One of the statements she made was she didn't want to go down there because they're all drug addiction treatment centers. They are used for drug addiction treatment, and that's probably the majority of what they're used for, but they also have that mental health component. And that's why the board has chosen to use these facilities. Because a lot of times, not in this case, but a lot of times when there is a drug issue, there might also be mental health concerns. There's no allegation here, and I'm not stating that she has any drug issues, that she has any addiction, but they are trained at that facility and at those other 3 facilities to look into these type of problems and to address this situation. So that's what we're asking the board to do today, is order her to have a multi-day inpatient evaluation at one of the board approved treatment centers. And after that evaluation comes back, ask them to return to the board to discuss that issue. If they say there's no issue and there may not be now, then that's on the medical experts at those facilities to make that determination. And so that's what we're asking her to do. That's what we're asking you to do, to order that evaluation and to not allow her to return to practice until she receives that evaluation and comes back before the board to have that evaluation discussed. Thank you.
Mr. Mosley, closing, please.
Yes, reading from an email from Mr. Daniel dated June 29th at 8:18 a.m. If you believe an inpatient evaluation is not warranted, you may make that case to the board on August 10th. As far as the charges, and also if he wanted a 3-day, that could have been included in the order. It was not, it was just left open. As far as the law, the unprofessional conduct statutes, acceptable level of professional competence, all these issues are outside of the pharmacy. There's no accusations of anything going on with the practice of pharmacy. Second, negative performance of duties being unfit for practice. Nothing about a pharmacy practice is a question here. The PIC is responsible for all drugs. We're told this wasn't an issue. I don't know why the charge is in there if that's not an issue. A willful violation of pharmacy law, there's nothing willful going on with this. If there's a violation of pharmacy law, it's not willful. There's no indication that any of this was a willful violation. Physically or mentally incompetent due to drug addiction. You heard from the board that there is no indication of drug addiction. I think the charges all fall short. They're not substantiated. She has gotten multiple drug screens. She is not addicted. She satisfied her requirements of the order. She went to the recovery facility for an evaluation and she does not practice. I asked for her license to be reinstated. All that.
All right, thank you. At this time, we're going to declare the record to be closed and complete, except for the board's recess for deliberations and decision. So we'll be off the record.
Okay. Dr. Mack.
So I would just start with, I mean, this is a lot of things and a lot of different avenues, and this is not really, what we're here to do is protect the public. And if we have an evaluation in front of us from a professional entity such as Palmetto that says they were not able to assess her and that they need a lengthier time to review her, I don't see how we could do anything else but protect the citizens and have her go back to Palmetto for the 3 days or however long it takes and get us a clean bill of health. Because, and it may be perfectly fine right now, you know, like 11 weeks had a problem and maybe she's fine now, but they may uncover something else. But to me, there's too many things and too much expertise, and then we've got a professional opinion. So I would say we absolutely have to have her get reevaluated, totally evaluated.
Dr. Newsom.
I am in agreement with Dr. Mack. It boils down to got to go and get that evaluation done, get that 3-day evaluation done. Then we'll have a baseline from which we can start.
Dr. Kraus.
I'm asking, because I don't know, but in going to this 3-day thing at Palmetto, will they or do they have the capabilities to see if there's any toxins or any metals present? Does anybody know?
If y'all want to go back on the record, I believe Dr. Kirtley can talk to, he has been with the board for 14 years and is very, very familiar with their evaluations, and he can probably talk to about those evaluations and what all is included, if that's something the board wants.
Our hearing officer stepped out.
Oh, okay, sorry.
We can come back to that.
We could come back to that after he comes back, but my concern is that could have been an 11-week, you know, multiple things happen and really cause some serious issues. And maybe today that isn't going on, but I would think in a lengthy mental health type treatment facility, they'd find out if there's something else there or if it is something medical like chemicals, etc.
Okay, let's go back on the record briefly.
Yeah, I believe there was a question about, was it Dr. Kraus who had the question about the evaluation?
Yeah, it's about toxins and heavy metals and whether or not Palmetto can look for those things.
So it's my understanding, having dealt with Palmetto for years, that when they do both disease evaluations as well as mental evaluations, that they have the ability to send off tests for other screening other than just drugs or alcohol. I can't tell you the specific things that they can test for as far as, you know.
Let me represent. I just want to make sure that have I taken your oath?
I was sworn in at the beginning of the year.
Right.
And I apologize, I'm John Kirtley, I'm the director of Board of Pharmacy. But it's my understanding they do have the ability to send off, they don't do in-house testing, they send that all off medical labs, similar to what you would describe earlier, to see what testing is available. Most of the.
That's like in Ruston, isn't it? Right there?
It's outside of Monroe. Yeah, it's town called Raven. Yeah. So out in the middle of the cow, literally cow pastures. But they send that off to other labs and have resources specifically for that.
And I know that we've had this issue in the past where Palmetto or one of those facilities has said, this is outside our purview. We recommend this or that. So they're not going to just, if it's outside of something that they do or something that they're qualified to do, they're not just going to put a report. I mean, we have had them say, this is outside of what we do. Here's what we recommend. So if it's to that point, then, you know, that's, I mean, like I said, I mean, that's what they've done in the past. I can't speak for Palmetto, or any of the other facilities, but we have had them in the past say, this is too much, we don't do this, here are your options.
They concentrate generally on, drug abuse, rehab issues, but they're able to do full mental evaluations. We have had a couple people in the past where they've even said, this is not a drug-related issue, but this person needs mental health help in this other area, or have recommendations.
This would be more medical, wouldn't it, instead of mental?
I don't know. I can't guess that. I think that for more staff, part of our issue is, just like we would hear that, someone thinks they're being poisoned, I would also think they might have someone trying to slip in psychedelic drugs, making it seem like something is going on. Until you really evaluate everything, and that's, I think, part of the reason why the board adopted a multi-day evaluation about a decade ago, is that one day in a facility like that, trying to rush through everything even isn't as useful as if they can see what you eat, how you sleep, what you put in your body, and how you interact with people for 3 days. But to Council's point, we have had some instances where they say, we really think this is more of a psychosis issue or a different mental issue other than drugs or alcohol inducing it. And here are some suggestions we would have for alternative sources of mental health. But at the same time, they oftentimes say we do not see anything that would be anything that would be of concern for this person returning to practice. That's really what we are looking for is there some type of help that needs to be had to make the person safe to practice, or are they deemed safe to practice? Dr. Weiss has been doing that for something like 30 or 40 years with security to the military as a pilot and psychiatrist.
Is there anything else we need to get on the record? If not, Mr. Harris, I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, we'll be off the record then for further deliberations. Once the board reaches a decision, we'll go back on the record and entertain a motion. The president will a motion. So that's the way the rest of the procedure works.
Right. Ms. Rader, I believe you had a comment.
Well, the only comment that I had was that I am in total agreement with Dr. Mack and Dr. Newsom. I think that there are just too many unanswered questions. I mean, there was so much information that there was something serious going on from a psychological standpoint versus what we've heard today. I mean, it's just, it's too far apart, and we can't make that decision. And just because maybe she was under the impression that as long as she went for an evaluation and that she didn't think that it was going to require a 3-day evaluation, that we just throw all that away and say it's okay to go back to practice. That doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense as far as protecting the public, which is our job. So, like I said, I agree with Dr. Mack and Dr. Newsom. I think that evaluation is going to have to take place, and then come back and we decide what happens next.
So would you be in favor of a finding today? I mean, I guess we have to do a motion. There has to be a finding if it's a formal hearing.
Couldn't the motion be to take no action until we have the report from the intensive inpatient evaluation?
I think we have to have more information before we take any action, if we're really taking action. As long as they're consistent, we're supposed to.
Right, so I'm thinking, you understand, the allegations would be true, but the charges are not yet proven.
No.
Because we really need that evaluation to determine.
I still think that maybe the Palmetto was the place for both, but I think we need to ensure that there's some kind of medical aspect. I don't think that go out each. No.
How would you
Are you saying Are you saying there's a better place to go?
No, I'm saying, Palmetto will do, go, based on what our currently was saying and council, I mean, if they'll do a medical examination there that will allow, or do some testing to see if there is any type of burn or sensitivity, mental burn or sensitivity there, I think that would be nice to at least attempt to rule that out.
And we're not saying she couldn't go to another doctor to try to determine that as well. We're just wanting her to get this psychological exam to see if this was caused from something that could come back in 3 months.
I don't know how Palmetto would have that type of looking glass. That was something that would occur in 3 months.
I think there is a diagnosis of a psychological disorder, right? Then it would be, that would be potential for recurrence.
And then if there's nothing,
if there's nothing, then I think we have to look at the evidence at that time, which hopefully would also include. Right. Additional medical work. I would love nothing more than for her to come back and say that Palmetto found nothing. And based on a really comprehensive workup, the doctor thinks it was potentially this, or even like a COVID-related symptoms, right? I mean,
sure.
There's a lot of similarities there, but the antibody class did have some suspicions. That's way outside my area of professional expertise. But that, I'm just saying, that would be great. Because then we can be like, okay, we feel really good about her ability to go back to practice.
I mean, I can say that, whereas I don't personally know her, I know that I've worked in the same town, and I know that they run a good business. And I know that people that saw her appreciated, like what she did. So I know that she's capable.
I could have a question.
Let's go back on the record.
So like,
Sure.
who's gonna make a motion?
I think I'm gonna have to go back on maybe on the record and do some thoughts on how to frame the motion.
Okay.
Based on what our discussion.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Let's go back on the record and Mr. Busby, you had a question?
Yeah, so just how we're going to go forward from here, just think about that, is there a way to get it so that we're not waiting for, she gets treatment, she's got to wait for the next board meeting. Then there's another, got to go back, and they said she's all clear, then we got to wait for the next board. When we get it off that track, we go to Rayville, it comes back clean, we'll get a faster decision, hopefully get it back in work. And if there's a way to do that.
I have no problem if the board didn't have a problem. If that comes back, we can set a Zoom meeting. And that way people don't have to travel. We can just get on and discuss that if that's amenable to the board. I don't see a reason why we couldn't do that instead of waiting till, October or November. If she gets it back in 2 weeks or whatever, and then we can set the matter and just hear it via Zoom. If the board's amenable to that.
Trying to help answer Councilor's question, we have had that before, where the board has basically instructed as a stopgap, like, we're not trying to postpone this until, whatever official meeting, like, our hope would be that with that type of eval, they go, what, it looks like there could have been something here, but this person appears to be safe to work at this time, and we would work very quickly to see how fast we could get the board members on a Zoom to wrap that up. Like, the rate limiting step generally is someone needs this treatment, which is a slower process. But when we have had instances where they have told us this person is not a risk to the public's work, we speed that along.
So I was just gonna ask Louis.
I got a question too, you go ahead.
But
I'm gonna, all right, so if they come back and say, this person is free to go back to work, what explains what happened?
I think there are times when you can't explain what happened. I mean, we see, you know, just like with car wrecks, you can't always explain exactly why a car wreck happened. This person might have slowed down, this person may have had their windshield wipers going better or something else, but I think that the burden for the board is generally like, we saw a glitch. And I think that everyone here would say, yes, there was something going on. And that hopefully was something transient or something induced. But for the board, safety wise, we're looking for, you know, two things in any situation like this. First of all, do you see something worth punishing the pharmacist further for what happened during the glitch? I'm not hearing that from the board. Second of all, is this person a risk to the public now? And that's the question you're trying to ask. So if the answer to the first one is this isn't a situation where you feel like there is punishment necessary, you know, it's different than if there was drug diversion, impairment at work due to drugs or a lot of that, which is what we deal with a lot. That has both the trigger for number one and number two. This one, you may only be looking at trigger number two. Is this person safe? And, you know, and it may be this person's safe. We'd love to talk to you again in a year to make sure everything's going good. No other glitches have happened.
Dr. Jolly, you said you had a question for me.
Well, mine would be more around, in light of the discussion where, yes, the allegations are true, but maybe don't want to say anything about the charges being proven until we have that evaluation back and then are able to make that assessment. How would we frame that motion and also make sure the consent order was still in place where the evaluation was done? We had a chance to assess it before Dr. Johnson potentially goes back to practice.
What you can say is if that's the motion that you want to make, and Mr. Mosby can tell me if he agrees with this. If you're going to say the allegations are true, you can say they are true. And then when it gets to charges, you can say the charges will remain pending until the board receives and however he wants the word, and inpatient evaluation from one of the board approved treatment facilities. The order specifically states, the agreed order specifically states that she agrees not to work as a pharmacist or in any capacity that gives her access to prescription medication until she gains approval from the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. So that order would still be in place because you're not giving, if you go along with what I've heard, you wouldn't be giving her permission to gain her advocacy today. So you can state, if this is what you're going to say, you can state allegations true, charges remain pending until the board has reviewed an evaluation from from a multi-day evaluation from one of the board approved treatment facilities. And then we can just come back whenever we do it again, or whenever we get that back, we can call a Zoom and can just do a short order and notice a hearing on the record. And that way you can decide at that point if everything comes back good on that evaluation and you want the charges not to be proven, then we can do that then. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If there's more deliberation, I would ask that we go back off the record unless, I mean, if there's more questions for council or staff, that's fine. But if you're going to deliberate, I would ask that go back off the record.
Let's go off the record then.
Dr. Richmond?
Well, the question may have actually been one for the record. Mr. Daniel said multi-day. Do we specifically mean 3 days?
Yes.
3 or more. They may suggest more when you get there, but it typically takes 3 days.
And the reason I said multiple is because Ms. Johnson, her testimony said one day said 3, one place said 4. So I just said multiple to cover that basis. If she decided to go to one of the other treatment centers and it was 2 or 4, I just said multiple. So whatever that treatment facility, whether they do 2, 3, 4, I just said it like that. That's the reason I said multiple.
have any more discussion? Hearing none. You ready for that order?
All right, let's go back on the record for the board's decision. Madam President,
All right, before I entertain a motion, I just want to say on the record, on behalf of this board, that I can only imagine how difficult today has been for you. And I appreciate and have a lot of respect for the way you got yourself together and your candor in answering all of our questions. And I just really appreciate that. I want you to know that we acknowledge this has been very difficult for you. Okay. I would like to entertain a motion.
I understand.
Dr. Joel?
Case number 2021 -065, Ray Johnson, pharmacist license, PDLA 449. Allegations 1 through 16, true. Charges 1 through 5 are pending, a multi-day evaluation and for the treatment facility. At which point, when we get those results back, try to fast track those review those and make this.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Dr. Jolly and a second from Ms. Prater. Any further discussion?
Just quick housekeeping. I kind of got cut off there at the end. So I just want to restate this to be sure I'm correct. I've got charges 1 through 5 are pending and a multiple day evaluation at a board approved treatment facility. Then she was to return to the board to discuss that. Was that the motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
I added on there, Luke, that we would try to expedite some type of virtual meeting.
I will put that on there, yes.
All right, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
indeed, let the record reflect that the decision is unanimous. Please reduce the board decision to writing and make or attempt to make service upon all parties. The respondent, Ms. Johnson, appears to appeal this decision. Appeal to be taken under any of the specific provisions related to this board or under the Arkansas Procedure Act, taken in ACA 2515-201 and other sections. There's no other questions or comments. The hearing is concluded and the record is closed.
Mr. Mosby, I'll get that order done in the next few days, and if it's okay with you, I'll just email it to you if you'll accept service for her. Thank you. And Mr. Harris, Ms. Parker, that's all we have scheduled hearing wise. I know the board has a couple more matters to discuss. That is all we have hearing wise. I want to thank both of you for being here today. Always a pleasure to see you, Mr. Harris. Ms. Parker, good to see you today. And also, Ms. Parker, if you will, the board likes the motions of each hearing to be transcribed. So if you wouldn't mind doing that, just when you have time, there's no big rush, but just the motion part of those hearings. And if you just want to send that over with your invoice, we'll get all that taken care of.
Okay, sir, thank you, and I hope you get feeling better.
Thank you.
Second that. See you. Good to see you, board.
So we have a couple board members that need just a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll get right back. I think our last thing we have on the agenda is with Walmart, and we'll be here after 5 minutes.
You
Number.
Really?
Okay, we're back on.
Oh, did you get it?
Are you 87?
870-265.
Yeah.
You're on the.
Your last 3 years, that's all I remember.
What?
Wait, so we're not live streaming. For phone number.
Oh, I got a new girlfriend.
I hope we're not recording, I hope Michelle's not watching.
She would be laughing.
You need my mask?
I need mine like this.
Well, it went to somebody.
Uh-oh.
Are you trying to share your contact information with
Some
her?
kind of cat video.
All right.
Okay, we have, see, we got Ms. Ford, we got Dr. Mack, we got Ms. Rader, we got Dr. Newsom, we got Dr. Richmond, everybody's on.
Somebody got to think this cat.
All right, Dr. Kirtley?
So we are back. I know we've had a couple of conversations with Walmart about some of their printing issues at point of sale. So we have Ms. G and Dr. Sutton here to discuss with us again today. I'm gonna turn it over to y'all.
Thank you. Do I need to change anything or?
Nope.
Yeah, okay.
No, so just speak up. The microphone is here with the camera.
Okay.
But people can see you online and hear you through that as long as you speak up.
All right. Well, as you said, I'm Erica G. I'm here as counsel for Walmart today on the issues involving the workflow with patient drug information. And I have not been here, but I know there has been previous discussions about this issue, and Walmart was asked to come back with a proposal for how to handle this going forward. So as part of that, Walmart sought my counsel on to take a look at whether the state and federal requirements will be met with regard to this particular patient drug information. And I have taken a look at state and federal requirements for these type of documentations. And under my analysis, the Walmart workflow as it exists now is consistent with the requirements of the law. I just want to talk about that just briefly before we continue on. But specifically under the existing statutes and rules in the state of Arkansas, the pharmacist's duty to include reviewing FDA required labeling materials. And I've researched whether these particular materials are required by the FDA to be provided by the patient, provided to the patient, excuse me. They're considered consumer medication information under federal law or CMI. At one point, CMI was required to be provided to the patients, but it's been strictly voluntary for several decades now, so it is not part of FDA required documentation to be, and so under my view of Arkansas statutes and laws, it would not be required to be reviewed by the pharmacist before being provided to the patients. However, the reason that we are here today is that Walmart has heard the concerns that the board has recently expressed about these issues, and it has decided to voluntarily change its workflow to address those concerns out of respect for the board's wishes. So specifically, and of course, Dr. Shelley, Dr. Tucson, I'm gonna say it wrong. Tucson. I did it again. That's the wrong you. But she can speak more specifically. But broadly speaking, what Walmart is proposing to do here today is to make some changes along these lines. For new prescriptions, the CMI, the consumer medication information, will be handed to the patient by the pharmacist while offering counseling, while providing counseling to the patient on their prescriptions. So that will be given to them directly and will be discussed as part of the counseling process. And then when they do refills or renewed prescriptions, this information will not be provided automatically to the patients. It will be available upon request, but it will not be provided at the workflow that we previously discussed where the techs are printing that out. So as always, if the patient has a question or would like to talk to the pharmacist or would like some other information about the drug, that's always available, but it will not otherwise be provided to the patient. And in addition to that, the receipt that is provided on refills and renewed prescriptions will be modified
They're gonna change the software so that it does not include drug direction information on there. It will include some other information like the patient's name, the drug name, the price, the prescription number, information that people might need for insurance. But it will not include, will no longer include the drug directions on the receipt. So that's not something that can happen overnight, but they've already begun the process of working with their software magicians to make that happen. And they think they can get it done within a few months.
Yeah, I think, I was gonna say from the board staff perspective, I think those are, you know, the three issues that we had asked about that would be satisfied.
Where is the CMI going to be printed?
It will still be printed in the same place, but it will be provided by the pharmacist.
Yeah.
Be provided by the pharmacist, yes.
Which I think would count for our concerns of supervision or final check as well.
Do you have a timeline?
For the software, they think they can get it done within 3 months. They've got to do the actual programming and then roll it out on the software updates.
I think that's reasonable, but I don't know if you were gonna say 3 months or 3 years.
Can you just not print anything out for 3 months until you can get it up and going, and then that way you're not handing out anything?
The only thing that's gonna take 3 months is making the changes to the receipt.
Taking the directions in the city off of the receipt.
Their receipt actually prints a large receipt right now, and what we would just say is even for receipts to turn into a flexible spending account or something like that, you need that it's for this RX or the drug name. It also has directions on it now, so they're talking about removing directions since that is additional information that we generally say part of our accounts or something else.
I think you said.
Go ahead, Dr. John, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Dr. John.
The receipt will not be integrated with the CI.
No.
It's going to be separate.
I know we have an informal set on November 8th and 9th, and that would be 3 months. So if it's, maybe we can just set, if it's not, if everything is not changed and implemented by then, maybe they could just provide an update at that point about how long or what we're looking at. And if everything's updated by then, they could just submit a letter saying this was done, this was changed, and that would be the end of it, if that would be amenable to the board and to Ms. G and Ms. Gustafson.
Yes, we can do that.
And like I said, if it's all been implemented, I wouldn't see a reason to have to appear. But if it hasn't, maybe just an update on what the holdup is or what the time frame we're looking at.
Any further discussion from our board members that are on Zoom? Dr. Mack, you're muted.
Dr. Mack, you're muted.
It was a little hard to understand over here on Zoom, so I just wanted to make sure that, I mean, John heard everything that they were going to do, and Luke, and do y'all, did that satisfy everything you needed, what we talked to them about before?
It did, and board staff actually met with Ms. G last week, so we were, so yes, I mean, I don't think staff has any issues with anything that's been said today.
So Dr. McCray brought up the question, you know, required med guides like birth control and stuff, that was already coming out earlier, not at point of sale, is that correct?
No, the med guides printed with the CNI.
Okay, so those will still be, they'll revert back to the pharmacist that handed.
That's right.
Okay.
They'll still they'll still be printed by the technician that's bringing out the patient. And then they'll be handed to the pharmacist.
Yes, the pharmacist will provide any information that's like that to the patient.
Then what's the workflow? You said it on refills, they can do it on there.
Yes.
Patient requests, what's the workflow there? Still printed the same, they go to the pharmacist?
Goes to the pharmacist, it's printed in a computer, I'm going to say away from the registers. So that would be printed back at the pharmacist's workbench.
So does this, I guess not the technician, but the cashier still print it out front and put it all together, and then the pharmacist looks at it? I'm just trying to make sure that the board is real clear about what y'all are gonna do, so they're won't be any opportunity.
So we have technicians for that paperwork now. It's a technician counted in the ratio, so it is a technician that prints any of that. No cashiers.
So they print it, put it all together.
For new prescriptions, it'll be printed for new prescriptions and by the technician, put it together, the pharmacist will give it to the patient as part of the counseling process.
So when it's printed, like when I go up to get a prescription and it's a new one, for Democratic, whatever, they're gonna bring that up. They're gonna print that out. They're gonna get the bag and they're gonna put that in there and then they're gonna hand it, call the pharmacist for counseling.
Yes.
So it's not actually gonna go back and be visually verified with the whole prescription, but they'll have it to counsel. So that's different now than before.
So we are doing this for only new prescriptions, and we've been changed to our refill and renew for that CMI will not print. So if there is any information that prints for the patient, that will go to counseling to the pharmacist for their review and providing.
They're saying two things. They're taking the additional medical information off the receipt that we identified, and only a pharmacist is going to hand you those sheets. So, I mean, unless you try to have a scenario where you go, the pharmacist doesn't realize the counseling information they're handing the patient, that's on the pharmacist at that point as part of their counseling.
Do we need a motion?
I think since we have a full board and everybody's here, I think it'd just make sense to get one. So yeah, if we could just have one, so we'll just have something on the record saying that this can, if it's not, the board approves the recommendations or the issues brought up today by Walmart, and that we're asking that it be implemented by November the 8th. And if not, we would just ask them to appear to give us a progress report.
I can say so. Yeah, as stated, so.
All right, I've got a motion from Dr. Kraus and a second from Dr. Jolly. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you.
It's G, I'll just put something in writing just so you'll have something on paper.
Personal request. Ms. Gee, could you give me that citation regarding where CMI is no longer required?
Yes. Luke, do you want me to send it?
Yeah, just email it. You could email it to me.
Oh, okay. Yes, I will get that to you.
I
I'll get
appreciate
your information and I'll send it to you.
All right, thank you.
She told us about it, but I didn't write it down.
I don't remember.
I probably ought to know that as the law professor.
That is not on the jurisprudence exam in Arkansas. Because I would have missed that.
Thanks, Eric and Shelley. Hey, y'all have a safe trip back. I have real quick. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Newsom. Oh, the only thing I have real quick is right now we have dates, full board meeting and hearing set October 12th, 13th, and 14th. I've talked to, we have a informal set April 8th and 9th. I've heard back from Dr. Newsom and Dr. Mack. So if other members could just look at their calendar, don't need anything set today, or don't need a yes or no today. If y'all just look at your calendars for November 8th or 9th, if we could get a couple more, 2 or 3 more people. And then also wanted to discuss, while everybody's here, how y'all want to do the format in October and November. If you want to go ahead and make a decision now, I would kind of like to know, because we have to send out orders. Some of them have already been sent, but if we need to resend them, whether you're wanting to do them in person or virtually. I know right now, who knows what's going to happen in 2 months, but at this point, the state is under a pretty good surge in cases. And I know a lot of members and we allowed pretty much anybody, witness or, whoever needed to Zoom in today. We didn't want somebody to travel if they didn't feel comfortable, especially from out of state. And I know some of y'all did not want to travel either. It just be in room contained with a lot of people. So I'm just saying, if we want to, if y'all want to do virtual in October, November, I would just asking if we could go ahead and make that decision today, because it's just so much easier when we can go and get orders out or get whatever we need to out. It just states one way or the other. So we can plan, and so those attorneys and those respondents can make whatever plans they need to.
I think with what's going on with Arkansas today, we should do that. I mean, like you said, we don't know what's going to be going on in 2 months. But
yeah, I think we've got the option right now that, you know, if we have, especially out-of-state people that, you know, are basically being told don't travel to Arkansas, that's one thing. I mean, if our board members want to come to the office right now, that is open and we can space out like we have this meeting. You guys can see on screen, you know, Brian and Lynn are close to 2 people together and they're 6 feet apart. I would be somewhat hesitant to say 100% right now. It's going to be one or the other, but this hybrid format, as we got posted, worked pretty well.
What I'm asking for is we need to be able to, in those orders, it has to say either in person or Zoom. I mean, because if we tell them,
I got you. So if
it's mainly for October. I mean, it's mainly for October. I mean, informals in November, and we can make calls, we can do whatever, but it's mainly for those formal hearings in October. Those orders need to state one way or the other.
Well, I'm saying what you really want to know from the board is, can we give the option in those orders for October that it will either be in person or Zoom?
I have no problem with that, but yes.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we need to be realistic. By October, we may not have the option of in person. Right? That may not be our choice, and I wouldn't want to have to reschedule hearings. So I think however the wording can be done where it's as flexible as possible would be great.
Okay, yeah, and we are back under an emergency order by the governor, which gives a little bit of relaxation to not really the rules, but a little relaxation to how hearings are conducted. Thank you. That's all I have. John, Brenda, or board members have anything else?
No, we have some pharmacies that are trying to explore things like central fill models and things, but you know, by rule, those require 30 days of notice. If we end up having some meeting earlier than October, I would try to put them on the agenda for that, but we do not have the authority to waive that rule currently on things like offsite order entry.
Yeah, and I'll talk to Mr. Mosby when they get that eval back, and we'll just set a time. I mean, honestly, it shouldn't take long depending on what's in that eval, but we'll try to just find a time that everybody can zoom in either one morning or one afternoon and try to get that knocked out.
I'll go ahead and let you know too, especially with the Zoom option, the November 8th and 9th, you can put me down.
Okay, I will do it. Thank you.
Rodney really wants us to send him a subpoena to save him from law class.
Yeah, I mean, we can send you an in-person subpoena if you just want to get out of class for a couple of days.
Ah, okay.
so one thing, and John, I don't know what y'all can do about it, but for us that are on Zoom, everyone that's not in that room, it comes across beautiful and we hear every single word they say. But at least for me, for the people in the room or have the mask or they're sitting across the table, it was really hard to catch every single word. I don't know if there's a better scenario in the room set up, but
well, so we actually have, we got a quote on how to help tie in a professional system rather than the kind of emergency system we put forth on this. So we've got a quote on that, and we are pursuing trying to have our Zoom technology like a real camera, not just, you know, a bundle of wires that we've got hooked up. So we're trying to get one hooked into our professional sound system, and Jennifer actually worked on that for us. Lena, I actually okayed the quote and said, you know, let's see what we need to do to proceed on this, because it's something that I think we'll be able to use in perpetuity, whether we have board members on Zoom or not, just the capability to stream our meetings via YouTube, which has, I think, been really good for public that wanted to see what was going on with our board meetings, even if they weren't able to come here to interact. So we're we are working on a solution on that. We've tried a bunch of different stuff in the interim to try and hook up our current sound system to bridge it over to Zoom and YouTube has not worked well. It gives us a lot of feedback, but we are working on a permanent solution on that, which should be as good of sound quality as you would have in the boardroom itself.
It wasn't really the volume, it was more the, I mean, you know.
Yeah, it was just kind of jumbled up.
Across the room.
It just wasn't clear.
Yeah, yeah, and I think a lot of it, I mean, that room's big and it's just bouncing off the walls, and that room's not really, I mean, it's not like it's built, you know, to, you know, hold a choir or anything. It's just, yeah, it just kind of bounces off the walls.
Well, it's got great acoustics if you like to hear a lot of echo, you know, with
That is
all.
true.
But I even, you know, during the meeting, I would step out and go in other, you know, staff members' offices to see how the sound was there, and especially in the interaction where you have an attorney and a witness and they're both talking simultaneously, it is very difficult to tell what's going on. I mean, I know how hard it is for me sitting here, you know, 20 feet away from it in the room, but online, and I'm sure via Zoom, is much more difficult.
Yeah, kind of sounds like you're talking through a canyon.
Anything else?
Thank everybody. I know it was a long couple of days and these were some longer hearings that we got knocked out of the way. So I do appreciate that. We already have several matters set in October. So, but like I said, these were just some that we knew were set that were going to take longer. And I appreciate all the attentive for the last few days. And we got some big cases knocked out of the way.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Have a great evening.
Okay, thank you all. Be safe.
Bye.